Hello. Hello. Now we have sound. I don't know, man. I hate computers. It's totally ridiculous. Like, something doesn't make sense. I mean, I just was on a Skype call. So there's nothing wrong with my microphone. Like, it's totally working. It had to be something with OBS. I suspect Windows, since I had to do like a Windows restart last night. Whatever. Alright. Now, why is my board messed up? Alright, there. Alright. Hello again. Here. Move 11. You're already submitted. You have maybe the 10th submission. Move 11 is, no. Move 11 is only number 8. You're pretty timely this week. Move 11, number 8. I've got Mirales, Big Dummy, Yabades. But actually, I shouldn't start with Mirales. I should start with Chess Kudo and Camel Clutcher, because they were actually the first. So let's do it in this order: Chess Kudo, Camel Culture, then Mirales, the others on the list, and then Move 11, Kakhtiri, and Saeed. That's 10 players, 10 games. Camel Culture and Chess Kudo were actually submissions from like 2 weeks ago. They should be first. Asterbait is in the list. No? He is. He's in the list. Alright. Welcome everybody. Checkmaters. Good to see you. Move 11. Guys, don't forget. Yeah, Saeed's got the last place. 10th submission for tonight. I can only do a maximum of 10 games. Gonna try not to linger too much. It seems like my Thursday streams have kind of lagged because I spend too much time on the early games and not enough on the later ones. So I'm gonna try to be a little more efficient, getting to all the games in a quicker manner today. Please support my efforts to go to the World Senior Championship in November. We're up to 625. 94 days to go. 93 days to go. Excuse me. 93 days to go till the World Senior Championship in November. Please donate. Asterbait just gifted a tier 1 sub to Snuggles. Snuggles the Snail, are you out there? Snuggles, are you out there? Just checked. All my games are terrible. That's a close one. Alright, I'm gonna find my submission from Camel Clutcher and Chess Kudo. It's really weird. I would have sworn I put them in a study, but I think it wasn't easy to do that. Lichess.org has made it harder for me to get to these games. A little bit. There's Camel Culture. 4th game in the study. Chess Kudo. Chess Kudo was first. Snuggles the Snail says, Asterbait, thanks for the gift sub. Snuggles the Snail is in the house. Alright, so this is from 2 weeks ago. Culture doesn't even remember, probably. For over 2 weeks, one of my favorite tactics in a while, I was white. Oops. No, it's not. I like when people come to my stream and they think they know what the bleep they're talking about. Damn, dude. It's so ignorant. Alright. Like, you come to a new place and you act like you own the place. Like, you know everything. You don't, you know? It's just ridiculous. Isn't just a sick world we live in, you know? Where people are just too ignorant to even stop and think. All right. Seriously, just show us how dumb you are. Nothing personal. I know it's typical. It's cancel culture, Mr. Coffee. Sorry, cancel culture. I'll yeah. Whatever. I'm not gonna go like full Beto O'Rourke on the guy, you know. But I have to admit that I'm tempted. If Beto O'Rourke, you know, can just go off on people, I can do it too. Alright, but let's do it. Chess Kudos game. How can I just analyze this? Analysis board. Yes. First lesson of Chess Tree, don't assume you know everything. What is this? Thank you, Lichess, for this wonderful new feature. I can't even like back page. What is happening here? All right. So this is what happens when I click analysis board. Has anyone else like been driven nuts by this? The latest improvement on Lichess. We go to a submission here. A link sent to me by. So how am I going to do this? Chess Kudo gives me a link. I go to the link, said link, and it doesn't open a link. It just opens this crap. It opens this crap in my messages. It's not a real game link. Okay, thank you for like messing Lichess up, Lichess. Why does this suck so bad? Why can't I actually go to the actual game itself? Get PGN. Screw that. I don't want to get PGN. I want to go to the actual game itself. Why is that so difficult? This sucks, dude. What? It was played on chess.com. Oh, shit. No wonder. Wait. It was played on chess... No, dude, it doesn't work. Analysis board doesn't work. Okay, it's not a game played on chess. I thought it was played here on Lichess. Yeah. We're just gonna have to like put it in a frickin' analysis page. Edit, board editor, or analysis. The link doesn't work. No, it sucks, man. They unimproved Lichess, basically. Copy. Yeah, second choice down. It doesn't work. It's a blank page. Look at this. Look at that. What is that? Do I want an analysis board of the original starting position? Are you serious? Nice job in destroying Lichess. So I have to do get PGN, go here, take the analysis, take the PGN, copy it, import the game. Go to analysis board, copy it over. This is what I have to do. Tools, put it in there. Wait for my computer to cook. Paste. Then do import. Yes. Yeah, it only takes half an hour to do it. And I don't remember what color our hero was in this game. Do you guys remember what color he was? The winner is mate. Alright, so he must be black. Alright, so we're black here. This is visible. This is Chess Kudo's game with the black pieces from the evil chess site that shall not be named again. Camel culture. Cancel culture. Damn it. E4, C6, D4, D5, whatever. Alright, I don't really like C5 as much as Bishop F5, I've decided. I don't think I'll ever fully trust this move. I think Bishop F5 is better, but it's a very close call. So this is the critical test. D takes C5, and now black plays E6. Notice the statistics here. Can you guys see this? Notice the statistics, very significant. Much lower draw ratio with knight c6 as opposed to e6. So there's that. Knight c6 is like the traditional move, but e6 is safer. I'm not convinced that black can equalize here with this c5 line. Now white plays b4, but b4 is not. b4 is like not really great. Yeah, well, Kakatiri, I mean, Schieberspieler is really, really well prepared. He's got like a completely scientifically engineered opening repertoire that's extremely narrow, and he like has notes on all of his variations. You probably, just need to learn it better, but objectively, he's very hard to deal with because his depth of his prep is pretty deep and very narrow. He knows exactly all the lines he plays really well. But I agree, I think bishop f5 is safer. This isn't really best. A3 is the modern move. Move 11 plays that. And I think like the traditional approach is like defending the pawn with bishop e3. I guess there's other variations as well, like queen g4. But I don't think I've ever seen anyone play this on a high level, b4. I would assume you attack the base of the chain like it's standard queen's gambit, which is what black did. Cheers, everyone. We're finally live. After a slow start, I was a little bit late. Asterbait, another gift sub. 2 checkmaters. Thanks for that. Asterbait tipped 12.34. He took us up to 31.87%, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not many days left. Perhaps we should double down. I love doubling down. I taught my kids how to play blackjack last week. Double down. A5, good move. Now c3. The only way to fly, right? c3, trying to keep the pawn structure together. Now I don't know. I feel like we looked at this a long, long time ago. This Lilith McCurchie endgame. She's a strong women's player in Georgia. Legit. A strong player. Double down on a 10 or 11. Yeah. I told my son that only crazy people double down on 8s and 9s. I don't know. I like doubling down against 5 and 6. I'm not sure about those low cards, WJ Leaf. Alright. My blackjack technique is not that correct. c3, a takes b4. I'm not sure, though. What are we supposed to do here? There's the possibility of playing knight to c6. I think b6 is pretty extreme, but it's possible. This reminds me of the Caro-Kann. Oh, wait, it is a Caro-Kann. Yeah, I mean, I think the question is really, do you want to exchange here? It's kind of like a note boom, Queen's Gambit or something. I just don't know if black's supposed to exchange right away. If you play like here, presumably white would have to play bishop b5 like in a note boom. Oh wow, we transpose. So check it out, we transpose to a bunch of games. J-Loof knows his blackjack statistics. It gets dicey to a 52% win rate, yeah. I figured threes were similar, but maybe it's not. Yeah, so I don't know. So let's see what happened here. He played like Lilith. I just don't know if you want to undouble white's pawns immediately or not. And then wow, very aggressive. Yeah, the b6. This is like hyper simple and aggressive. Straightforward reverse note boom style. But it totally makes sense. This pawn is so beautiful and strong on d5. Superhuman. The d5 pawn is the fifth element. Alright, b6. And then white just like... whatever, I don't care. Wow. Okay, so what are you going to do? You're going to play it like... Is white going to play it like a note boom? I mean, you're going to like let me take here and then push to b5? That would seem like the only realistic way to play with white if you're going to give the pawn back. Here, here, and then I would think like that. Does anyone agree with me? I mean, if you're going to give the pawn back, then at least give yourself two connectors on the queen side. Am I right? I don't really like this. Like, how does that make sense? And now white just has, like, the worst pawn structure. Doesn't seem great. What's the point? You know, what does white get here? Okay, he just has a slightly worse pawn structure. Maybe it's not the end of the world. This is a good diagonal. Alright. But I mean, I think for a very strong positional player, you know, black has the better position. This Isolani and overextended pawn at e5. You know, you don't want to be like playing white here against a really monstrously solid Caro-Kann French defense player. I think at the end of the day, black probably stands better. Knight e7 looks solid. You know, there's also the possibility of the good bishop getting traded off. I mean, what's white going to do when you get disarmed by bishop a6? Yeah, black played h6, but I don't like this move. h6, extremely passive. Is there an issue with like queen c2? Yeah, no, black has a protected passed pawn on d5, Holmes. And white has to, like, you know, if this is a rook ending, white is on the verge of being lost. And if it's a king and pawn game, he probably is close to lost. You know. Is queen c2 some sort of threat? I mean, does white even want to take on h6? So I was going to say bishop a6. There's a check, but who cares? You know, what's that do? Check doesn't do anything. I don't care if I trade queens, fine. Yeah, great improved French. So I don't like h6. I mean, this move is not constructive. It weakens your king side. It makes it harder to play f6, which might be a useful break otherwise. I don't think it's necessary. Now he castled. And then white plays this. And that's a useful move because now he can meet like bishop a6 with knight b5. And at least avoid having his good bishop traded off. Exactly. So that's some consolation for white. Now bishop takes b5 and bishop takes b5. He drives the bishop to a kind of weird diagonal here, off this best diagonal. But, you know, white has White has that white square bishop. It's kind of a wild card. I wouldn't call that, you know, a bad bishop for sure. Black still has the better structure, but white's bishop pair, pretty good. So I feel like white's okay now. Here. This is not a great square, but what do you want from that piece? It overprotects e5. Seems okay. Yeah, so I think like white's doing alright now. Here. And then white played h4, which looks a little... I don't know, man. h4 looks a little ambitious. I don't see how h4 is justified here. That doesn't look right. And rook b1. I mean, something... We're going to have to move our queen again off the b file with this. The h4 is a bad move. This is, I assume, like a fast-paced game. Knight f5. Now he finds the good diagonal. Yeah, I mean, all endgames favor black with a protected passer against overextended and isolated pawns. But it's not that clear. And now he's setting up our favorite checkmate on h7. Now, black should have played bishop a6 before that whole thing happened, like we said. So it looks like white has some threats now. You know, queen d3, g4 is a very serious issue. First of all, this. Queen d3 first, with the idea of, right? I mean, I guess if Kudo's worried, he could try to play queen a6, but again, you have this blocker piece, like knight b5. It's not a rook b5. It's not easy to force a trade of queens. You like h5, too weakening. h5 is pretty extreme, checkmaters. I mean, I don't really like giving up that square on g5, but yes, it's a move you would consider. You have to consider it. It's pretty extreme. There's no going back once you make that move. You know, you may regret like giving up that square. So if there was another way to defend here without doing that, I would prefer it. But I agree, it's a possibility. But instead, white played g4 right away. Now knight d4, knight d4, bishop d4, and no queen d3. White is not big on queen d3. But now black has time for knight g6 and rook c3. Or something like that. Queen d3, knight g6, bishop d2. This is hanging. And you can never get mated with a knight on f8. Oh shit. Takes here, knight f8. It's true, right? You can never get mated with a knight on f8. The old classic. Well, I didn't sanction like h4 in the first place. So he plays h5 to stop knight g6. Maybe that is a good move. Now knight c6. And white played queen e2. Queen e2? Are you kidding me? So, queen d3 with a very subtle threat here. What do? We're getting our Kaidanov on. I guess. I don't know, man. Time to start walking. I hope you have good shoes. French defense. Kaidanov used to do it with black in the Bafinic and French defense. Start running. You know, I don't know, man. I'm not feeling comfortable about this. What's going on? Yeah. Queen d3, king f8. Or you can just play at the next move. The computer thinks that black is okay, though. Interesting. Queen d3. But it looks very messy to me, you know? This is scary, dude. Black's gonna have to be very, very careful with that king being flushed out. The rook could come down on the 7th. There's an outside pawn. This is not that simple. But White's move is very, very bad. I mean, he plays queen e2. The problem here is that you have no threat. What good is queen e2? You're just like passively defending your pawn on e5. I'd rather be like down 2 pawns with some attacking chances than down 1 pawn with none, Now you're just passive. Queen a6, rook b5 is a good move. Oof, I thought it was a good move. Oh no. Boom. Knight a7. That's a serious problem. And now he has queen d3, but he has to sack the exchange. Wow. What did we expect? Knight takes b5. Queen h7 check, king f8. Pawn takes b5. Queen takes b5. Queen h8 check, king e7. And now our bishop's hanging. The queen's hanging. So the check doesn't really make sense. Yeah, I mean, I guess White would have to play something crazy like g5 and pray. Perhaps you've got to break with h6 or something, I mean, maybe there's something here for White, is what I'm saying. So Chescudo just didn't take any chances. He sacked the exchange back and then just cleaned up. Or not. Wow. I missed this. Oh shit. But you have knight c8. Oh, alright. That's handy. And so we just won a piece. Oh, that was sneaky. So White blundered. Okay, he has to play queen takes c2, knight takes b5, pawn takes b5, queen takes b5, and White is down a pawn in an ending. Clearly White is overextended, and White is down a protected pass pawn on d5. But White thought he was winning, but he missed knight c8. That's cute. And if rook c8, rook c8, and you're down the exchange. Like here, 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 just down the exchange. So he tricked himself. Queen c2, and then it's just a piece up. Easy game. So, it wasn't like a perfect game, but it was fun. Good defense by black. But honestly, after queen d3, the game would have been very, very sharp. Here was the critical moment. Queen d3. Computer says +1. Queen d3, king f8. Not easy. This would have been a very, very tricky game for both sides to play. White's down a pawn, but black's king is not entirely safe. Especially if you're in time pressure. White's biggest mistake was not playing that move. Alright, next game is Camel Culture. Thanks all you guys for joining us. We've got 10 games. Asterbay, thanks for 2 gift subs and a donation of $12.34. It was a great year. Mr. Coffee, good to see you. Sorry for the late start today, guys. It's been a pretty busy Thursday. I'm doing the Camel Clutcher game next. Because these guys submitted games 2 weeks ago, and we didn't get to them. They're actually the first here. So, alright, 4th game in the study. If you send me the games in a study, I can access it, no problem. All right. Wolford versus Herman. Herman Munster. All right. Herman Daniel. It would be confusing if Camel Culture was Hungarian. No one would know whether his like first name or his last name was what. With Hungarian names, you like reverse it, you know, so it's already confusing. If you got like two names that can be first names or last names, it's a freaking disaster. All right, Camel Culture, easier to remember that. Playing black here. No Cairo Khan, thankfully. E4, C5, knight of 3, E6, D4, take, Khan, Sicilian. So maybe this was the tournament where Camel Culture broke master. White plays kind of main line, bishop D3. I mean, there's two moves, knight C3 and bishop D3. And now that I think about it, I think Camel Culture sent us did submit another game in a Khan Sicilian that we analyzed before. I hope it's not the same one. That would be bad. Last time it was the bishop E7, same variation. So traditionally bishop A7 is the main line. As of like 1994, 1993, I remember this move was arising in the early 90s. Previous to that, it hadn't been played very much. It doesn't look very inspiring, and it encourages white to play like Queen G4. Every time I look at your name, Mr. Coffee, do you know what drives me crazy? That gift sub badge you have, the 25 gift sub badge, I keep thinking it's the Georgian flag, dude. It drives me crazy. It just looks too much like a Georgian flag. Alright. Bishop E7. I don't see what's wrong with bishop A7, you know, but maybe, I don't know, he likes this better. Castles. Yeah, so the other game, maybe white played Queen G4. I think I played Queen G4 against him. We talked about that already. D6. I don't know if it's better. The Marazzi is a thing. Dude, this is just a standard Marazzi, right? I never really thought about playing that. Okay, the knight is not, like, maybe perfect on B3, but it's amazing that black has a plus score in this position. Dude, you remember when people in Georgia, the U.S., were asking if they should be worried when Russia attacked Georgia? Yeah, doesn't surprise me at all, dude. A lot of people all over the world live in a stupid bubble where they're like ignorant of the rest of the world. Nothing surprises me like that. Knight F6. So white just played knight C3. I think one of the most important things to consider here is black's ability to play B5. If it's good, when it would be good, when it's not good. White can probably like tailor his entire game around that. Like if black were to play B5 too early, he would hit it with A4. White isn't really like committed to playing on the king side here, so he starts this action on the queen side, and then black's like queen side would be weakened. This actually looks kind of dubious for black, I would think. So B5 would be too early. Camel Culture played knight F6. It is interesting to note, though, if you look at the opening explorer, Mr. Coffee used to live in Florida, which neighbors Georgia. Georgia and U.S. folks are very nice. That goes for the whole country, dude. Not. Okay, knight c3, knight d7. Dude, this move has not lost. That's crazy. 11 games that black has not ever lost with knight d7. What is so special about black's position that it's unbeatable? It's just a coincidence. Nothing special here. Well, I mean, there are polite people in every country, and there are a-holes too. Every state, whatever. State, country. Is it a state or a country? Knight c3, knight f6, and now f4. So that kind of commits us to the kingside action. I would imagine once white plays f4, a move like b5 would maybe be a tad more playable. Can't play everything, you know. Like if white is playing f4 and a4 and g4 and h4, you know. So I would think like this would be a viable move. There's a problem with this rook and I guess queen f3. So appearance is that e5 might be too strong. I would play b5 if I could play it. I think e5 is possibly a very serious issue. Because if you play the automatic sort of moves, you just like lose by force. Queen f3 and it's game over with a double attack. So it's too early for b5. Camel Culture plays knight bd7, preventing e5. And so now it's white's, the ball is in white's court. He plays queen f3, which is a very logical looking move. And that literally prevents b5 as well, while developing a queen. According to the computer, or the database, queen e2 is the better move. Queen e2 threatens e5. And then black plays queen c7, preventing e5. So this seems to be the main line. But white doesn't really have a threat now. Bishop d2, and black has a good score. You know, I'm skeptical of knight c3. I mean, if we go back, that's the thing. Like, this is not usually played. I mean, if you wanted to play a setup with knight c3, then why did you play bishop d3 on move 5 or whatever? Was no forecast, and it looks like it's going to rain here or something. Yeah, that's the weird thing about white's position. You see, like, c4 is most common, but not knight c3. So he ends up running out of plans, maybe. So bishop d2, a4, bishop e3, king h1. They're all normal moves, right? But what is our hero play here? Not our hero. What is the villain play? g4. Hjartarson. Hjartarson's 0-2. Silvino drew, which is a pretty good result for a 2300 against 2600. And Marjan Petrov won. Okay, g4 is really aggressive, but black hasn't even castled yet. Just saying. g4 h5. g4 h5, g5. Knight g4, h3. That's the problem, right? It's a good idea, but it would only really work if white's bishop was on e3 or something. The problem is here, if we play h5 right away, g5, here, and now h3, and the knight's like trapped. The check doesn't change anything, does it? It's just a check. Still the knight's trapped. Yeah, I mean, sure. This is something that you might play in a blitz game, but objectively black is lost. No, Camel Culture played what looks like the right move. h6. Following Kiartis and Spidler. This is a move too, like a hedgehog. That's what Bruzon played against Silvino. That's a good result, you know, for the old Cuban Chess Federation president to hold a draw against Bruzon, man. I mean, in 2006. G5. Knight h5. Like a hedgehog, standard hedgehog type position. But I like h6, because this gives Camel Culture the chance to play maybe g5 and try to use the e5 square. Two people... Wow, Hjartarson played h4 twice here. Then you're talking about h5, right? Possibly even g5, but probably h5. So h4, h5... This is Hjartarson Spidler. But now the knight is forever knight, you know? I mean, Hjartarson should know better than this. I mean, this doesn't look right. That knight is... He decided he could do it against a player of Spidler's level. Spidler's an expert on the Con Sicilian. How is he ever going to get rid of that knight on g4? I mean, there goes any hope you had of like a kingside attack. White's not going to necessarily lose on the kingside, but he's also like basically handcuffed now. He has like no way to break through. So that doesn't look right. But let's see the other game where this Bulgarian guy played queen h3. You know, this keeps the tension and prevents g5, most importantly. It also puts pressure on the h6 pawn, so if you try something weird like rook g8, this pawn will be hanging sometimes, and nobody would play rook g8. Todorov, who I don't know, the other Todorov, played g6. White went on to win. I don't know, maybe queen h3 is a good move. What is black's plan here? I would think like you would... Would you just chill and try to play like b6, bishop b7? Is White's threatening g5 though? That's a seriously annoying move. So maybe g6 is forced to put the knight on h5? Bishop d2, and then what? b6, exactly. Rook a e1, bishop e7, and now White just did g5. The play looks... Hello! The play looks logical for both sides here. Wow. The guy just like busted through directly. H takes g5, f takes e6, f takes e6. Damn, dude, that's pretty convincing. Unless black can get away and castle queenside, he's in big trouble. So knight d4, queen c5, bishop e3, queen e5, queen takes e6, castles queenside, knight d5. But anyway, a good game by White. It looks like White's better. Queen h3 is a good move. Let's see what the engine says. It might find something else. I'm sure that White has other moves. I don't like h4. I mean, what if white just plays bishop d2 or some kind of waiting move? What's wrong with that, for example? What's the big deal? Like, can you really do like g5 maybe? Maybe this is a serious problem. I don't know. Like, I was pointing to the square before. Yeah, e5 after f5. Sure. Might be better than what happened. But I still think that white had a good game. This is the question. How serious is g5? Does it even work? Wow. So Stockfish has a very, very cool move here, e5, which would serve to like clog this diagonal. It's like a sort of sealer sweeper. D takes, and then not a sealer sweeper with f5, but you go here, you just take. So he's managed to block this diagonal out. H takes g5. This is really subtle. I mean, this would be very hard to find over the board. And now knight e4. Wow. Totally unclear. It doesn't even look like it necessarily works for white. So it's a serious problem. Queen h3 might be like white's best move, for real. Damn. Knight h7 with the idea of what, g5? That's a novelty. Anyway, alright, let's go on. That's enough theoretical discussion. Camel Culture's opponent played bishop e3, like a routine developing move. But if you studied the Con Sicilian, you probably know about this. An ancient game from 1996. Aronian played, losing to the late great Nenad Sulava. But the big $1 million question is g5, isn't it? The question we all want to know. And this is like why white played queen h3 in the other game. I guess you could always play queen h3 on the next move. But then black has time to do, you know, that, and knight e5 with the monster control of e5. Now suddenly white is in trouble. That's the whole point of the Sicilian defense. Puligievsky Memorial. No, it was not Memorial. They had a Puligievsky Sicilian tournament in the early 90s, like 1992, when Puligievsky was still alive. Every game had to be the Sicilian, and I remember, like, there were numerous games where this sort of pawn sacrifice was played. It was a thematic tournament. Every single game was the Sicilian. I don't remember. Maybe they had to be an open Sicilian, too. I can't recall now. But I think this g5 is pretty interesting. Though objectively not forced, right? So, Camel Culture goes with b5. This has been played before. You know, a more natural move, b5. a3 dubious, so I wouldn't go that far. Aronian actually played queen h3. He was probably like 14 years old in 1996. I think I met him in 99. He was probably like 16. I don't know. I mean, he must have been like really literally like 13 years old or something when he played this game. Queen h3. G6, so very similar to that other game. Of course, the million-dollar question, E5 walks into bishop B7. Alright. Here, white played A3, bishop B7. Now we found another ancient game. My friend Bokrosh Albert. I know everyone. That's how you know I'm legit. Albert was also very young in 1998. He was probably like 17. I think we actually played in 1997. I had a funny game where I like dropped a piece in the opening and I like drew. I think I was like down a whole piece and I drew him a year before this. But H4, yeah, that's pretty insane. That's Hjartarson style again, you know. This guy played G5 here, but I would think again you do the Spidler. I mean the Spidler is just strong. It's H5, G5, knight G4. No, it was a little messy position. I guess there was a little bit of complication. It was a Grand Prix attack. I think I was white in a Grand Prix attack. I would occasionally play that. I feel like. I don't know why. I randomly played the Grand Prix attack. Yeah, H5 is better. But H4 is crazy. I don't know. I don't like that move. This seems better to me. The computer doesn't like it though. So he should play Queen H3. Okay. I guess the moral of the story is that white has to stop this G5 thing. It's really, really, really important here. So, I don't know when Counterculture is going to play G5, but he should. This is just strong, dude. I mean, that's a big problem. He castled queenside, but you don't have to castle queenside right away. There's no E5. White has a hard time even finding a move here. Okay, he's probably not that comfortable yet, maybe playing this. G5 was really strong. Castles queenside. Threatening G5. Queen E2, and now the computer gave him a dubious for playing G5. Hard to believe it's dubious. The problem is that the queen is protecting here now, whereas it didn't on F3. So now white can really try to take the pawn or something. I can't believe it though. Even if you take the pawn, I mean, rook G8, it looks very dangerous. So what is white supposed to do? Maybe you just play F5 and you give up the E5 square. Then black has rook G8 and this coming in. This F5, I mean, how bad is F5? Seriously. Maybe H5. Yeah. I mean, I just don't feel safe in any kind of situation like that. That's just too dangerous for white. So white is in a genuinely difficult position. I don't see taking this pawn. I mean, it's extremely dangerous. What are you going to do, like that? Look at these pieces. How can something not go wrong here for white? King safety is paramount. There's no way something doesn't go wrong there. So he decided to go there and sack a piece. It's like, what is it? Whataboutism? It's like today's political discord. You're getting like smashed on the king side, and you're just like, well, what about Afghanistan? And you do like bishop takes b5. He's just trying to distract from the fact that he's like getting destroyed on the other side of the board. Now with bishop takes b5. What about Iraq? This is seriously, though, I think he has to take it. Bishop takes a6 is threatened. Okay, he has pawn takes f4. I mean, it looks scary, admittedly. Where does the black queen go? Phew. Dude, this is more than scary. This is a serious problem. So you're like close to lost. Queen b8. Queen c4 check. Okay, I don't even want to like see this. This looks bad. So he's literally lost. He can't take that. He had to do this in between move. No, knight a7 check. Knight a7, I mean, you're going to have to sack your queen if you want to do that. Take, knight takes b5, queen c6, knight a7 check. There's no way that's okay. So he has to take on f4. Now, bishop takes f4, we're going to have some sort of moves. Like, if bishop takes f4, pawn takes, knight takes b5, queen b6 check, bishop e3, and now you can put your queen on a6 or something. I mean, I don't even know if this is good, but it's a little bit better than the other variation. White played rook takes f4, which seems okay. Like, why not? Looks like he's got everything under control. What's the problem here? What are you going to do, like knight b8? I mean, it just seems like the sacrifice, I don't know, was it really that good? Are we missing something? I feel like we're missing something. Is it knight takes e4? Can I take here? That doesn't seem right. That can't be right. I don't get it. Okay, takes, knight takes. Why is black not lost here? Okay, let's go further. Okay, it must be queen b8. How is white not winning this position? It has to be winning for white. It's winning, man. It's totally winning. Why is bishop takes b5 a question mark move? Oh my god, he had this. Wow. So this is the whole point, like, Camel Culture's only defense was like this one-off move with bishop a6 that the engine sees immediately. But I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, it's like the takeaway isn't this like we can calculate perfectly like computers. He never should have castled queenside. You know, he should have just played g5 directly. His king is safer here than it is on the queen side. That's the takeaway. It's possible like that pawn, you know, should be back on b6. It's even safer, but whatever. Next time, just don't castle queenside. But here, okay, what about a defensive move? Maybe instead of g5, we can play knight c5 or something. I don't know. Anyway, alright, we gotta go on. We're taking too much time. g5, takes, here, and then knight e5. When it doesn't look like black really has any threats, and we're just dropping the a6. He has this, though. planning to like skewer the enemy queen. But I think the problem is over here. Black's king is just too open. So knight a5 he played. But what other move is there for white in this position besides knight a5? You can take on g4, but you can't recapture a second time. You can play a safe move, but like what's the safe move? King h1, like onto this diagonal? I don't know. What's the best move for white in this position? This is the only like attacking move. Black's threatening rook hg8, or a rook to g8 now. You're going to take the bishop on e3. Maybe he has something with queen c4 check. Rook takes g, knight takes g, queen c4 check. That doesn't seem to work though. What's the big deal? King b8? Maybe then knight a5 or something? Not clear. Knight e5, rook c8. I mean, even this is unclear. I'm not convinced here. What do you guys think? The computer thinks that white is winning, but I don't think it's so easy if you're not a computer. I don't see like white is winning by force. White's up a pawn, his king appears slightly safer. But I mean, there's no, like this rook on e1 doesn't do anything. He's got knight a5. Other than that though, like what is there? Knight a4? Heading for b6? What does white have here? Rook takes g4. So the variation rook takes g4, knight takes g4, and then knight a5, apparently, is winning for white. I would assume queen c7. Now there's a check here though. So you have to go to a8, and now there's a check here. So you start to succumb to a series of checks. Poor white, like he just didn't realize it mattered, and you played knight a5 instead. But the problem is, he doesn't have access to c4 with his queen. So you can play either queen c7 or queen a8. I mean, you could even play this, right? No, there you have queen a6. Okay, so he had to play queen a8. But now there's no queen a6 and there's no queen c4. And the knight is hanging. So he has no way to like directly continue the attack. He plays bishop b6. And now, I don't know about this. Your rook's attacked. He moves rook hg8, but why that rook? Why not rook dg8? I mean, I know the rook on h8 is not great, but maybe we free up this square. Possibly like bishop d8 at some point. Possibly the king could go there later on. This rook kind of clogs us a little bit. Computer says there was bishop g5. Tough move to find. King h1. Obviously that's a welcome diagonal, but you know, what can you do about it? Black plays rook d7, just saving his rook. And now rook g1. and f5. And those they were talking about f5 before. You know, I'm thinking like h3, h5, screw it. How would this be? White's better, according to the computer. Okay, so that's going a little too far. White plays h3, bishop g5. White's on the retreat. Now he did it. He played h5. That's the move I expected. But apparently black has something more rational. I'm going to make a wild prediction here that Camel Culture should have played knight f6. Knight f6. Yeah. It's a lot of times it's tempting to make a dramatic sacrifice, but most of the times they don't work. So he could have just played knight f6, calmly retreating and putting pressure on this. Easy to say, you know, in the heat of battle, probably in time pressure. h5 is a very tempting move. If white takes the piece, then you add to the list of dangers for white the invasion along the h file. Yeah, I think that's a fair estimate. Do you, Teze? So after this, he didn't take the piece. He should have taken the piece, I would think. But he played knight b5. Wonderful position. What about an endgame? I love endgames. But he doesn't really want to trade queens, because he's going to lose that knight on g4. So he takes here. White takes the knight. Like, what do you want him to do? H takes g4. Wonderful control. Amazing black's control of the f3 square. After 27 moves in the Sicilian, black has control of f3 with four pieces. That's pretty impressive. Clearly black is better now. But, like, you know, one move and you're getting checkmated. It's a good thing the knight is controlling g4. Here. Discovery. And the engine said it's, like, totally equal. But again, it's a computer, man. I mean, it sees 25 moves deep. Camel Culture has to just, probably in time pressure, has to gamble and hope this something arises here. And now white apparently blundered. This is a very, very strange move to play. Like, the computer says black should play king g1, but I mean, you're walking right into knight f3 check. That literally seems crazy. It must be the queen c4, right? Rook takes f3, pawn takes f3, queen c4 check. That's a sick position. Unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. Like, you have nowhere to go. You have to play this, and then bishop c7 check, and you're mated. I mean, how is it not mate? King c8? There's no way this isn't mate. There goes another nugget. But I mean, that's impossible for white to play and necessarily see that, especially if he's in time pressure. So he went here. And now rook h7 check. Whoops. The black king might even be able to escape to d7. We're going to threaten to double down the h file. King g1. Now there's no queen c4 check. Doubling on the h file actually looks strong, to be honest. Is there anything wrong with that? Like, seriously. You got a check. How does white, like, not get mated here? Knight takes e3. Alright, anyway, this looks like pretty strong. And now rook takes f3 is forced. G takes f. There's no queen c4. So he took with check, king d7, and there's no rook to come here to f7. So there's no more checks. I assume queen c4. Knight c3 is best, dropping his queen. Yeah, I mean, the problem is queen c4 threatening this, mate in 1. Black has some strong moves. Looks like rook h1 doesn't quite work. But there's f2 check. That's going to be a problem. Yeah. That's going to be a problem. So anyway, it was a cool game. This is only our second game, and I got to go faster. Queen d3, f2 check, same thing. Bye-bye. Yeah, it's over. I mean, this is not going to save him. He actually gets mated if king f1 with rook h1 and rook e1. And if he takes, I don't even want to begin to imagine how many threats there's mate in 1. Yeah, so whatever. Good game, man. That was exciting. You know, hard to play a perfect game in a wild position like that. That was Chemiculture. That was our second game for tonight. We've got 8 more to share with you. All right, I'm going to go back to my study. Learn, study. Thanks, everybody. Please support the stream if you enjoy it. You get something out of it. In the positive sense. I appreciate it. Send a donation. Here we go. September 1st. Is today September 1st? No, today is August 11th. Yeah, unfortunately, guys, we are not going to be doing this stream the next 2 weeks. I sent a message to Jim, who submitted a game too late for tonight. I have a closed tournament starting next Thursday, and I'll be playing chess till about this time. Starting next week, a week from today, my tournament starts, and I'll be playing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday morning. So that's 9 games. Starting next Thursday, I'll be streaming once in a while, like in the morning. Thanks, no nonsense. 200 bits, getting the hype train started. Rippers and dabs. The reason why I'm saying this about my tournament is next week's analysis stream is canceled. I think actually 2 weeks. So the next one will be September 1st. Alright, anyway. This is VIP player who's played the most games against me on our stream, Antonio Morales. This is his game submitted for the stream. He's playing black. e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6. The exciting Petrov. Knight takes e5, d6, and I said the exciting Petrov. So Morales already submitted a game like a couple months ago or a month ago that he played against someone on Sound, one of our other subscribers, who played the Cochrane Gambit against him. We did this like a month ago or 6 weeks ago, analyzed the same variation. Let's flip the board. Alright, we're looking at this from black's perspective. Knight takes f7, I mean, it's not considered sound, really, but it's good enough that if black doesn't know exactly what he's doing, he can get in a lot of trouble. In the hands of a very strong attacking player, this Cochrane Gambit is dangerous. But I think if you know what you're doing, you know, the statistics here are interesting, though. 148 games, and white has managed 50%. The only thing that bothers me about it is the top. You can see 148 games. Black has 36 to 36, 28% draws. But, you know, when you take it at the top level, ooh, there's suddenly some wins. So the top level, Black's scoring very well. Carlsen lost, Ivanchuk lost, Tabalov drew, Short lost, Shanava won, Sulskis lost. But when you take it down to like the average, the level of average grandmasters, White's score improves dramatically. Interesting statistics, isn't it? Well, I would pay close attention to whatever Kramnik and Li Chao were doing in U. But I think there's a number of solutions. I mean, King takes F7, and now White's supposed to play D4. There's also Bishop C4 check, which is very rare. And Black can even play Bishop E6 like a fried liver here. That's what what happened in this one game. But as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing wrong with D5. You blockade. E takes D5, Bishop D6. We saw another game. This is Reinderman versus Bosboom from some Dutch tournament in the 90s. There was another game where Reinderman played white, and like his opponent was a famous Dutch grandmaster, like Van der Staren, and I think the game was actually D4, knight takes E4. It's crazy. Like Van der Staren took the pawn on E4, Queen H5 check, G6, and then Queen E4 check, or Queen D5 check, King G7, and Queen takes E4. Like White is like up a pawn. It's pretty crazy for a 2500 to like blunder that. But theory says D4 is the main move. Knight C3 is also okay. As far as I remember analyzing, this move is interesting too. My main variation is D4 C5 for Black, but last time Morales played G6, and this is like a really rare line. I know my analysis, any games I played has been based on C5, trying to attack the enemy's center. But this is different. Knight C3. Now C5 is like standard. This is the move that's recommended in the books. Before White has time to play D4, you play C5 and you combat that square before he even has time to attack it. So I don't remember now. It's been a while. Check, Bishop E6. I mean, I assume that like the problem with D5 is that White takes with the knight. I just had a really, really crazy idea to play this. I gotta see this. It doesn't work? Or does it work? Computer doesn't like it. It's too extreme. Alright. It's too extreme. It's really too extreme. You can't play D5 and then B5. Okay. I'm getting carried away. I just wanted to see. Bishop E6. Takes. Well, I mean, takes is normal. When in doubt, put your king, put your enemy king on E6. Morales' opponent, like, this is a theoretical novelty. Queen E2. Is there a problem with this officer? I mean, first of all, just saying, you could play bishop takes c4, queen takes c4, and d5, sacking a pawn. Now, like, knight takes d5, knight takes d5. Trading queens, Black is out of the woods, at least equal, probably better. But say he doesn't trade queens, you just blockade with bishop d6. I mean, white has 3 pawns for a piece, but he's getting out really fast with like rook f8 and king g8, and all his pieces will come out. Before the endgame, the gods have placed the middle game, and black is up a piece. But anyways, black has all sorts of moves here. It looks like this is just bad. You have to take here. I'm thinking king takes. White has to play d4. I mean, what other move is there? f4? Maybe f4? g4 was played. That's a cool idea. Mackenzie Molnar Feingold. 2012. d4 is the main move, though. Chopolov Kramnik. Yeah, I mean, I would assume takes. Queen takes d4. I think I saw this Solskjaer game long ago. I thought I remembered this. Maybe not. Knight c6, queen c4 check. That's the problem. The black king isn't 100% safe, and this is probably too risky. So that's why they're playing king f7 first. If queen c4 check, d5, again, knight takes d5, knight takes d5, same idea. This is a cool idea. This guy just castled. That's awesome. Wow. And black played knight a6. Seriously weird move. If black's best move is knight a6, man, I don't know. That's top 2. But white has way too much compensation here. This looks extremely dangerous. Alright, let's see what Morales did. So, his opponent played what? Queen e2. It's like a lame novelty. Very good control of d4. Now white's suddenly, like, in trouble. Very hard not to play knight d4. But he played this just protecting e6. Now f4 like Grand Prix. Knight d4. This allows queen takes. Bishop e6, that's the point. He doesn't have to bring his king out to e6. Oh no, I am late. You're not late, you're right on time. Queen d3. So basically white has 2 pawns for a piece, but this is messed up. This queen shouldn't be blocking the d-pawn here. That doesn't look right. It's totally inhibiting all of his development. So e4 is in trouble. And then white just like lost his mind completely. It looks like white has to play rook e1. I mean, that's embarrassing. What about f5? Actually. Now we have to play queen e5. And if queen c4 check, we sack a pawn with d5. We're crushing. Well, close to crushing. Knight takes d5, knight takes d5. White should probably resign. I like this position. This is just game over. Alright. But this looks crazy. White's like lost. It's just lost. You can do whatever here. I mean, queen takes e4, it's game over. Oof. Yeah, this is ugly, man. White's down a piece for nothing. Very good, very good. I plead no contest. How about a mating net with h5? There you go. He sees everything. Not that easy to finish him off now. What about h3? h3? Not enough. He just takes it. Oh wow, he traded rooks. I like white's rook on a4, by the way. That's really a strong piece. And Morales has a mate. Nice. Alright, good game. Easy one. Yeah, I mean, if you play the Cook-Ring Gambit, you kind of know what you're doing with white. Next is Big Dummy. And you're up after that. Camel Culture. Sorry, you bought us. e4 is c5. Camels are confusing. Confusing animals. Alright, so many camels, so little time. Thank you, Asterbait, for donating earlier. We're up to 637.34. Really tantalizingly close to 33% of the way to our goal. We're at 31.87. Do I hear 33.33? Yeah, the problem was, Camel Culture, that I realized that I had 2 submissions from 2 weeks ago. So I had to push you back to 5th place. Unfortunately, some people submit the games in a way that I can't put it in the study. The Big Dummy is black. He's playing LM Club Amigos. Yeah, this is the best move, d5. But the thing is, like, normally, this is what is this? 11 minutes to 50? I don't understand the time control. Oh, white's playing a simul. Okay. Yeah, so typically black plays knight f6 here in this McDonald variation. Mitch McConnell. But no, McDonald. Ronald McDonald. Normally knight f6. Big Dummy's playing the old school variation. Queen d5. This was popular in the 80s for black. I remember analyzing this ages ago. I remember literally analyzing this in the 80s. This was my home prep in the 80s, man, that you're playing here. Queen takes d5. Knight c3. Yeah. I don't think like queen d6 flies here. Looks like it's played, but this is the sensible thing to do. You know, theoretically you can play queen d7. I don't know, somebody named Judith Polgar played that. What a surprise. Imagine that. What is that? Like, that's some kind of like exhibition game. Sofia Polgar against Judith, 2013. What a stupid move, queen d7, dude. I mean, with queen d7, the idea is that your bishop will come out to b7 later on, to that diagonal. Judith knows what she's doing. I mean, it's not a bad move. The only thing is, like, you do walk into knight f3, knight e5. I'm not sure it's actually accurate here. Knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. Maybe bishop b5, no? I'm a little skeptical of this. This is Polgar versus Polgar. What is black playing after bishop b5? Yeah, she's got a little problem here. Maybe queen d7 doesn't work quite as well as we thought. I like queen d8. Spectacular Camel. 5 gift subs. Barons in Chess, Resting Forest, Tappercran, Greppo, 14, and Popey. Alright. It's alcohol time. No, it's beer time. We like to relax here and have some fun. We just got 5 gift subs from the Spectacular Camel. The other camel. Culture Camel. Cultured Camel. No, queen d8 is good. But this is still not the best variation. Black should play knight f6 gambit. Knight f3. Now, white's considered to have okay chances here. Now, Man, I've never really played this in like a tournament situation for black. Knight c6 makes sense, but I anticipate bishop b5. He played knight f6. How bad can it be? Bishop c4. It feels like a black Mardemer. You know, hoping for bishop g4. Bishop takes f7 check. That's a classic. I bet if you go on the Lichess database, you find lots of examples. So g6 or e6 or knight c6. Knight c6 is 2-0. I mean, if you want my honest opinion, like, once white is committed to bishop c4, I kind of like knight c6. It controls the center, and bishop e5 is no longer a thing. Why, like, not play knight c6? Miroslav Jurassic. Nothing wrong with this move. White needs to play with energy here. You know, otherwise he's gonna kind of drift. Actually, it reminds me of Budapest Gambit. Like, white is playing the Budapest Gambit and got the pawn back or something. But black has very good control of the d4 square. This is such a problem, you know. Black's just like sitting on that square. If you can't play d4 with white, it feels like you're always a tiny bit worse. Resting Forest said, I thank you for the sub. Thank you, Spectacular Camel. You're up next. d3. And now I feel like black should definitely consider at least bishop g4. To be honest, I don't really want to trade my white square bishop off. But it's probably the simplest thing to do. There's no longer this trick because like e5 is protected. G6 is another option. You played e6? No, you played a6. a6 is really weird. I do not understand a6 here. Do not understand a6. Oh, you're going to play like b5 and bishop b7? But what about like f5? I feel like black should either play e6 or g6 or bishop g4. He plays a6 and now queen e2. Queen e2 is kind of like walking into knight there. I would think castles for white would be pretty much a no-brainer. Bijak, how many times are you going to ask me if I got your game? Didn't you ask me that yesterday? Alright. You can just see your name at the bottom of the board. Maybe you can't see it here. No, it's covered by... Did you get my name, man? Did you get my game? I thought you asked that yesterday. Never forget your game, don't worry. Castles. Yeah, queen e2 is really bad. But a6 is a waste of time, too. I don't love e6 either. I really like this move the best. Bishop g4. Maybe g6. Knight g5. That's annoying. Now you have to play e6. Maybe it's not so bad, but bishop g4 would prevent that. To be honest, I don't want to give up my white square bishop, but what happens here? Bishop takes f3, queen takes f3. Yeah, maybe white has like a trap here. Queen takes b7. He could sack c2. Like, you can't take on c2 because you get mangled. The mangler. There's some funny variations. Rook b8? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This is funny. Let's see what the computer says. e6 was right. It's the only move that equalizes. So if g6... Oh, knight e5. Wow. In your face. Alright, e6 anyway. Yeah. So a6 is too slow. Oh shit, so the guy has knight e5 maybe. That's going to be the answer then. He should just stick his knight on e5. I was suggesting castles, but it's not as good. Wow, that is seriously a problem. What happens if knight e5, pawn e5, bishop g4? Now the old queen d2. That's actually tricky and good for white. Knight e5 is a strong move, punishing your a6. You got a serious issue. Well, I knew a6 was bad, but this is a really bad move. Queen e2 here. And that's the problem now. You have knight d4. I'm just kidding. You're serious? The guy missed bishop takes a7. He doesn't have it here. Okay. Only if knight d4. So he's trying to trick you into playing knight d4. He should try to trick you into playing knight d4. So if, for example, h3, knight d4, does that even work? No. I have knight e5 there. That is a messed up position. Guys, my head hurts. That's a weird situation. So black would just play e6 and it would be fine. That's a weird position, right? Knight e5, e6, queen f2, and white is better. White is like winning. Practically winning. This is a nasty trick. This move looks kind of lame, though. Like, that doesn't do anything. You can just play e6, too. It's a better developing move. Okay, white is 2039, so he's not like a high-rated player. It's an LM. Lichess master. Black now plays knight takes e4. My attention is focused over here. The problem is if queen a5 check... No, there is no problem. I mean, why not queen a5 check? White would have to walk away. You know, probably king f2. Okay. I just don't know what to do. Alright, knight e4, threatening fork. No, the problem is now we have like a really... just really technical position. It's very technical. I mean, material is equal. It's opposite color bishops. And c3 doesn't appear to work. Just hypothetically, white might want to stay on a light square, but I guess for whatever reason he figured f2 was more toward the castle position. It should be drawish. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely playing king g2. I don't know. I mean, I think like black might be better, but not clearly. It feels like a draw, most likely. Now white has to play something to defend c2. He could have played a4. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. That gives black a lot of space on the queen side. This is a huge problem now. The b2 is going to fall. Oh. So he had to take. He has to take, man. You got to take on b4, obviously. Right now. Yeah, but I don't know that white is lost here. Looks like he's gonna have chances. Not clear that white is lost. Although I don't like the way he played it. His king is more open. It's ops color bishops. There's still chances to draw. It's not a pure ops color bishop, but this is just a blunder. After b3, it's bad. Now he has like no bishop. I think it's game over. You're just essentially a bishop down. And just avoid the exchange of queens. Rook e8. Resigns. Okay. Yabatis is up next. Isaac Mengwan Wu. Easy to say. Isaac Mengwan Yu. Meng Yuan Wu. Sorry. Isaac Meng Yuan Wu is your opponent. Against Yabatis. Yubatis. Thank you for the 5 gift subs from Spectacular Camel. How are we doing on time? We have 19 viewers. It is 8:30. I've really got to finish around 10 o'clock tonight. So we have an hour and a half left. This is game 5. My name is International Master William Pascal. C4, E5. Knight C3, Knight F6, G3. Now D5 is the reverse Sicilian. Knight C6. Yeah, I mean the best moves for black are Bishop B4 with like a Rossolimo or D5 reverse Sicilian. This is considered like slightly inaccurate for black because after this white has a grip on D5, like irrevocable domination of D5. It's like a kind of slightly inferior Rossolimo for black because you can play knight to D5. I told him this, he knows. Theory says that white is like slightly better in these variations. Very slightly better. So Yabatis plays a very unusual move here. If you look in the opening explorer, Queen C2. Preventing the doubling of pawns. I mean, the first thing that pops in your mind is like, well, black could play knight to D4 attacking the queen. But I think like ultimately that knight would be attacked by the E3 pawn. So I'm not sure, you know, after Queen B1. We looked at this, something of this nature. And, you know, obviously like white's queen and bishop are extremely active. Nevertheless, okay, knight d4 is an interesting move. It's funny though, all 3 games black did not play, and they're good players here. Black did not play knight d4 in a single example. This would be awkward. Like queen d3 looks, that's kind of a strange square. So here, anyways, black plays castles. You know, another option for black theoretically would be to take unprovoked. Queen takes and d5. Someone here, I don't know this player, played d3. Interesting. Alright. You could take castles. And now, again, knight d5 is an option. Seke Peter, a player I never met. He was a Hungarian IM. Like a strong IM. But, passed away years ago. Yeah, I guess E3 makes sense. Now black takes and plays d5. This is Leboyevich versus Karpov, some exhibition game, 2018. The player formerly known as Karpov. B takes C. Karpov black. Lubo white. I think e3 is a little weird, but it's playable. Black plays d6 against you. So now, I mean, knight d5 is really looking good. After knight d5, I mean, black probably has to take, and then here, and you have some pressure here. It feels like white is just better. But I mean, I guess there's nothing wrong with knight on g to e2, developing your pieces. Isn't that the most logical move? Seriously? I think if you played this game again, you would play this move. How did you not play knight on g to e2? Like, I could see saying, oh, I don't want to play knight d5, and I don't want to play some stupid move like a3. But I mean, why not play knight on g to e2? You're protecting the reproducing. Hermaphroditic knights. No, I mean you're like overprotecting, reproducing, developing, whatever. This is just the move. You know, like what can black possibly do? But you played h3. h3, you know, okay, it's like a classic prophylactic move for this type of structure, but it's just like you're playing it a little too early here. Clearly knight e2 was... Okay, this is a classical game, but he's played pretty quickly. Now bishop e6. Again, I think like this deserves consideration. Black should like consider changing path and playing an open game. Before white has a chance to play knight on g to e2, he could have done it again, like takes and d5. Even Spectacular Camel admits knight on g e2 is preferable. Okay. h3, bishop e6, hitting your pawn. Now he's like begging you to play. He's like, please, play knight d5. This is a supremely strong move here. He can't take with a knight because he loses a piece. That's one of my favorite themes. It's an extremely strong move, and white is slightly better. You know, probably black would play like a5 or maybe bishop c5. But for some reason, Spectacular Camel just doesn't like... He just doesn't like to play knight d5. So we played d3. b3 is also a move. Unfortunately, this move allows d5. And we looked at this. I think d5, c takes d5, knight takes d5. When the squishy, soft, like, 4th rank pawns in hippo style, you know, start to look like... You don't want this pawn to come under attack by a lot of pieces, obviously. You know, so this starts to look a little bit sketch. But black was, like, committed to this plan. He didn't want to consider playing d5. It was obvious, like, black did not have any intention to play d5, right? Here, queen d7, preventing white from playing, you know, castles kingside. And now h3 wasn't enough of a time-consuming move. That didn't satisfy. You had to be like Michael Basman and play a3 and h3, because like one prophylactic single square pawn move isn't enough. We have to play why don't you just start on move 1 and move 2, playing a3 and h3? Why wait until like move 7 or move 9? You know, why not just play those moves on the first 2 moves? Spectacular Camel, seriously. a3, because he had to move every single pawn. Just, when are you going to move your f pawn? Bishop c5, and now, to be quite honest, I don't see a reason not to play b4. But I think, again, I would play b4, bishop e6, and knight d5, probably, practically automatically. I mean, it just looks like a good game. Now he actually has a problem. I think he has to... He probably has to play this ugly knight e8, you know? I mean, this is what a lot of amateurs do. They'll take with their bishop. Okay, maybe it's not that bad. But this is very typical. Bishop takes d5, c takes d5, knight here. I can play e4 if I have to. I'd rather wait. But I mean, the white squared bishop is a strong piece. This even though it's like blocked in, it's almost undeniably going to be a strong piece later in the game. But this is against your religion. Now black doesn't want to stop b4. He plays a6. Okay, that's a normal setup, to be fair. What he does here. b4, bishop a7. Another reason to play b4 right away, which is what I said. I have the advantage of hindsight. But keep in mind, like, this is available. Because you haven't locked it down fully. I mean, theoretically, if Spectacular Camel wants to, he could play, again, like, if knight d5 is against his religion, he could play queen b3. You could theoretically, like, increase your control of d5 without actually occupying it in hyper-modern fashion. If you really insist on, like, not playing knight d5, you could prevent d5 and control that square at the same time. I mean, yeah, like, weird stuff could happen, but I don't know if that's even good. Just saying, it's possible. Yeah. Pavel Blatny is a grandmaster from Czech Republic who likes playing crazy stuff like the hippo. I bet you, like, Blatny would play g4 here. It's not such a bad plan, dude. It's like a delayed grob. If d5, then we have g5, but I guess this could get a little messy. D takes c4. You don't want to play the grob if black can crack open the center, for sure. Black could also just play h6. And now he's starting to play d5. So I think the grob thing is just like, I'm kind of joking. I would play knight d5. You played bishop e2, and now black plays d5. He breaks out. That's the problem. White was playing the closed Sicilian, but now he's playing the open Sicilian. C takes d5. Yeah. Bad. Strategically dubious is his specialty. I don't know why. I think he knows how to play normal chess, but I always said the story how he just sort of woke up one day and played, like, weirdly. Maybe he was abducted by aliens. C takes d5, knight takes d5. And red alert, you know, peace sacrifices on e3. When I play this type of Sicilian, and especially when my bishop is on b2, you got to be very careful. So oftentimes, like, the queen would actually go to, say, like, d2, where it helps to, like, reinforce the e3 pawn, so the sacrifices aren't possible. By the way, I'll tell you guys something. Playing the hippo is okay as, like, a or the bird Larsen. They're okay when they're, like, a surprise weapon. But when you're a grandmaster and you start playing absurd openings, like, every single game, it's not a good idea anymore. That's going to cost you, like, a couple hundred rating points. You know, you don't want to play, like, surprise openings every single game. It sort of loses its effect. They were talking about... They were talking in the Premier League about kneeling, you know, kneeling before the game as a protest has kind of lost its meaning. It's lost its zing, you know. It's the same thing with, like, offbeat openings. You don't want to play them every single game. Knight takes d5, and now he ignores the big chonker sacrifice on e3. So I thought, what did I think here? I mean, takes. First of all, you could play bishop takes d5, but, you know, your white squares are a little sketch. So I actually suggested bishop takes d5 and e4, but the computer says that black is better, and I agree. There's this, maybe, and you have a backward pawn here. It's not that bad for white. The moral of the story is that you probably shouldn't have allowed him to play d5, but whatever. Okay, now knight e4, and he misses the crushing shot. Bishop takes e3. And you can't take it. You're just, like, devastated. Knight takes e3. I mean, theoretically, if his knight were trapped, maybe, maybe we need to look at this. I don't know. I assumed it was completely out of the question, but if the knight is trapped, it's trapped, and, like, white is up a piece. Maybe I shouldn't be so dismissive of this. There's this move. This is a really weird position. The knight is kind of trapped. I mean, like, knight g5, it's still trapped. And now the bishop is attacked. And if queen f5 check, you just, like, go back to g1. It's a pretty weird situation. I mean, it looks like you're actually, like, winning a piece. I mean, it's conceivable. Let's go really crazy. It's conceivable you could go full Yasser Seirawan and play like this. Like a positional piece sacrifice. What would you do? Bishop takes, pawn takes. This guy has a permanent residency card on e3. Play it as like a long-term sacrifice. I guess you're not going to be castling. King f2. But it's unclear. That's unclear. So maybe it wasn't so simple. Alright. He doesn't sack. He plays h6, taking away g5 from the knight. Interesting move. That might even be important. h6 looks like a reasonable move. Your opponent played pretty well. Knight c5, takes. That's his bad bishop, theoretically. Queen c5, rook d8. I like the way that black played this game so far. He's fine. Now rook d1, guarding the pawn, but it's a passive square. Rook fe8, very principled. The guy's played a good game. And now you play d4, which surprised me, to be honest. I remember looking at this game the first time, I thought black had e4. And I don't even need to calculate. Like, that's got to be playable. But it turns out it's not so simple. You can really take it. I was like, look at these pieces. My God, the centralized pieces. There's got to be something here. Yeah, I mean, I admit, Bijak, that rook c1 is a better move, offensively speaking, than rook d1. He was worried about his pawn. But surprisingly, he set up this d4, and it's better than we thought. Bishop takes c4 is actually a good move. And this loses a piece. You can't play bishop takes h3. So black can't play e4. So he takes. White takes. He takes. And I guess this is where, like, Yabatas messed up. Maybe not, actually. The queen is kind of weirdly placed. Alright, this makes sense. You're threatening mate on the long diagonal. Black has to move the pawn. He nullifies that piece. And you should have castled. Okay. But you didn't realize he couldn't take on h3. Yeah, after castles, it's a normal position, and you can play king h2, and you have the two bishops, and you're a tiny bit better. Alright. But this is where things get weird. He plays e4. And then black just sees there's all this. Like, I never would have played e4. I mean, I'm getting my king out of the center if I can do it. He didn't realize it was possible. e4. The computer mentioned this move, which I didn't analyze, but obviously very dangerous. Preventing castling. Now I assume bishop f1. I didn't analyze this. But that's like undeveloping your pieces. If you play bishop f1, how are you going to castle kingside? This is kind of tricky. I think queen d3. No? Maybe queen d3 saves the day. But there's gonna be this crazy discoveries again, like what happened in the game. Something with knight f4. That's a big problem. That's a huge problem. Queen takes b5, knight takes g2 check. King f1. Just saying, like, here takes, rook takes check. Just, this is one hypothetical, like, variation. It's awful, right? Pawn takes pawn. Yeah, this doesn't look good. I mean, look at the pawn structure. Yeah, this is a very bad pawn structure for white. If you, like, even survive. Dude should have castled. So he didn't castle, but black played queen f7, which is not nearly as good as queen b5. Now white castles, although I thought this is like the safest move objectively. He could have just played queen c5. And now he castled, and now knight f4. And this is where it gets crazy. So it turns out that in this position, black, you know, thought he had something, but actually he doesn't, and he should just, like, play normally. So, nothing fancy. Black probably should just play, like, knight b6. You gotta take the two rooks. Well, you don't gotta take the two rooks. I mean, literally, I don't know, queen c3, knight a4, queen c1, knight b2, queen b2 with an equal position. You never have to take the two rooks. You know, you take it if you feel like it. But like Hikaru, he famously said he likes two rooks less than the queen. He's talking about mostly fast time controls, but it's hard to play with two rooks. You know, it's hard to coordinate the two rooks. It takes a lot of work. Now you got to take the two rooks. Yeah. So queen takes d8. And then black has a weird move here, like knight takes g2. Check this out. If knight takes g2, queen d2, bishop takes h3, and now white is winning because he has king h2. And if queen h5, queen d5 check, trading queens, and white is winning. It's like if black's king was on h8, he would have a good game, but it's like one move too far away. So it doesn't look like knight to g2 like really works. He plays check. Well, nothing works. King h2, like takes here, and this is where the thing gets really interesting. Thanks to MC Hooligan. Didn't know you were out there. Stop by one of our tournaments. Rook fd1. Now, I haven't really analyzed this very deeply, but I feel like, I mean, the issue is that white's gonna, like, trap the knight on e2. That's the problem. Basically, black's knight is trapped, and if he loses a piece, he's definitely lost. And there's just, like, no way to secure this. Secure that shit! That was from some Alien movie. Alright, bishop c4, e5. Alien 2. Alien 3. Alien 2. e5, with the idea of bishop e4 check. Rook d7, name it. Like, it's all very bad. So, the villain here plays queen h5, threatening nothing, and guarding his knight on e2. Now white plays e5, cracking the structure around the black king, also opening up the possibility of bishop e4 check. Black closes the center with f5. Obviously, like, g4 is a possibility. I didn't really look at that, but it's probably too weakening. Now, I think that white is winning, but it's far from easy. So, bishop takes b7, f4, and just when it starts to look scary, white has an amazing win here. Check, g6, just a second. Does he have bishop f5? Now you have g4. Oh, that's horrible. So he has to play g6. And guys, check out what Spectacular Camo missed here. This is such an awesome position. White to move and win. It's just evil. Like, beautiful position. One of the most aesthetic positions I've seen in a while. I mean, black is threatening mate in 1 with queen takes h3, by the way. Just no big deal, you know. Black's threatening mate in 1, and there's almost no way to stop it. There's only like 2 or 3 moves that prevent mate in 1. h4, rook h8 check, rook d7 check, pawn takes pawn check. You know, there has to be a check, right? Or h4. John Bartholomew, rating with Party 122. What's up, sir? Thank you. John Bartholomew, what's up, man? Thank you for the raid. Guys, this is a spectacular position for the raiders that just joined us. White to play and win. Black threatening mate in 1. Check this out. White to move and win. Yeah, rook d7 check. Rook 1d7 check. Bishop takes, and then e6. Defending and attacking at the same time. So there's the mate on the long diagonal. The g6 pawn is pinned by the bishop on e4. And you're blocking the mate threat on h3 because the pawn is moving up in the way of the bishop. So it like does everything at the same time. This is an awesome move. Black just like has no move. He can check. That's it. You know, you're getting mated on h8. It's absolutely devastating. All you could do would be like literally like give away all your pieces. Knight d4. You know? Or no, I know what it was. Pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, knight d4, bishop d4, queen e2 check, and now you have this. This is literally the only defense. And now, white's threatening rook h8 mate, and black has no threats. But, yeah, this allows black to play g5. Now he hangs on. John Bartholomew, welcome to the stream. Thanks for the raid, man. Best wishes. Guys, check him out. The legendary John Bartholomew, international master from the USA. He's a very constructive and instructional streamer. Been doing this for a long time. Anyways, g5 gets out. You know, he's got the get out there with king g6. So this is funny, but white's winning anyway. After g5, we just take. I think we just take. Check. Or do we take with the pawn? It doesn't matter. I mean, I think we're winning. There's no way that pawn is being stopped, and black doesn't have any. We don't need to analyze this anymore. I mean, there's no way. You know, even if you don't mate him, he's getting away. But sadly, our hero didn't see it. No, so he doesn't see it. He doesn't find rook d7, and he played this, bishop g2. This is the only other move, by the way. Like, h4, I didn't analyze this. It might be playable, but this, you know, he could still crawl in with queen g4. That looks pretty bad, actually. So you've got to either find rook e7 or defend with bishop g2. Now black plays f3. Now you're attacked, so bishop f1. But white's still winning here. Black kind of runs out of threats. Queen f5, rook e8. The two rooks are better than the queen, you know, despite Hikaru, you know, rightly claiming that In practice, the queen is probably better, but objectively, these rooks are stronger. So all black needs to do is find a way to attack the f2 pawn. Thanks, move 11, Mr. Coffee. Again, guys, check out John Bartholomew on Twitch and, of course, YouTube. Well-known streamer. And a good player. And I don't say that about everybody. I basically, have very little respect for most people. Just kidding. It's true. Antonio just arrived, surely late. You were celebrating your 10th anniversary. 10th anniversary of my stream already? Thought it was just 6 years, dude. Congratulations, though, seriously. Final moves here. Queen f7, rook d8. And now, g5, creating a flight square. Rook f8. And it looks like black can hang on here for at least a few more moves. He should have played queen e7. I mean, there's no obvious way white wins after that. It looks like he has to do a long process, here, 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 and then crash through with doubled rooks on the 6th rank. But black just played queen h5. He just kind of abandoned his own defense. And now it's a mating attack. This is obviously mate in 2. Well, mate in 3. Queen f7 is possible. Black resigns. So, cool game, though. Not perfect. Anyway, guys, we gotta go on. Sumaher is here waiting. What I do is I do analysis for those that joined us. Analysis with the subscribers to the stream. Every week on Thursdays. This is usually 10 games. This is game 6 out of 10 for tonight. Sumaher is our subscriber, playing the white pieces here. d4, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, bishop g7, e4. We've got a King's Indian, d6, h3. Guys, just a reminder that next week I'm playing in a tournament exactly a week from today. So our next 2 analysis streams will be postponed. September 1st will be the next analysis stream on our humble stream. Mr. Coffee, thank you, sir. Castles, bishop e3, move 11 with another gift sub to the community. Thank you for that. Now, I'm going to go down on the record again. I just think it's really hard to play these e5. If you want to study the King's Indian for black, if you want to do that to yourself, if you want to torture yourself, I recommend Gawain Jones, who's done some significant theoretical work on the black side of the King's Indian recently. Study his works. But I do think that it's difficult. And this h3, the Makhaganov system is probably literally white's best line in the classical King's Indian. But if you study the best players, you can probably battle, here successfully. It's not easy though. I really prefer to play c5. I mean, I think actually a move earlier. We should probably go with c5. If there's no tactical problem here. d5, transpose to a Benoni. That's my personal recommendation. Another move that I've played is knight a6. But it's not, castles and knight a6. Normally when you play knight a6 here, I had a game with Shabalov long time ago with black. And maybe Alex played a different line, but normally black's playing for e5. People sometimes think you're playing knight a6 to support c5. You're not playing knight a6 to support c5. You're just playing knight a6, you're developing a piece, and you're going to play e5 later, and the knight will come to the c5 square. There's 3 basic options for black. c5, e5, knight a6, and also Delugi once played against me like c6, a6, and b5. This type of setup is actually maybe a good alternate. In fact, I'm not sure if it's better to play a6 or c6. If you want to do a6 and c6, which move is better? Maybe a6. And finally, can we play knight to c6? Does that exist, theoretically? There are some games here, but it looks like black's score is terrible. I think particularly against bishop e3, where that's like overprotected, I'm not sure knight c6 really makes sense. Going for the hype train, Morales with 200. Yeah, I mean Eugene and I both worked on knight a6 with Roman. We got 2 minutes left for the hype train. Morales with 200. Our last analysis stream, by the way, for 2 weeks. 100, 200 for Mr. Coffee. We're getting close to hype train. Hype train, we got 2 minutes. Alright, go on. e5. You gotta close the center here. No questions. Now a5, the other move is knight a6. Knight h5 is like old school, but I don't think that move is like considered to be okay because of g3. So it's either knight a6 or a5. I don't know which is better. Now g4. I lost a really bad game against one of our subscribers a couple months ago, Mr. Slow, who studied the Gawain Jones systems. Yeah, so okay, one thing I do remember is that this knight has to go through d7 back, and there are weird lines with like knight going to b6. I'm thinking knight a6 might be better. So here, knight c5. But I can't recall now. Yeah, there's Caruana Jones, for example. 2018. One of the only people who can play black and handle these positions. Not a lot of champions of the King's Indian these days. g4, knight a6, knight ge2, knight c5. This looks early. I know that knight b6 was an idea we looked at. So knight here, knight here. This looks standard. There were some positions where the knight actually, strange as it seems, went to this square. But I'm skeptical. Looks like white is better. So knight c5, knight g3, and then bishop d7. Black just plays in a traditional method here. Like he's playing it's like black's acting like he's playing the Petrosian system. But the problem is like black doesn't have any real counterplay. He has no attack on the king's side. Asterbait with the gift sub to Mad Max. Queen d2. And now black played a4. The problem is if you play a4, what about like rook b1 and b4, for example, like we really do play it like a Petrosian. Oh, he used that idea in the Olympiad. Yeah, I saw that in some games. It's really pretty rare for knights to go to b6 in the King's Indian. Even d7 for that matter, but it seems to be one of the better plans. Black, it's just like less passive than putting the knight on e8. a4 looks kind of greedy. This is really the obvious move. Playing c6. Obviously, if takes, you don't want to hang a pawn like I did once against Dmitry Gurevich. It was very embarrassing. I just lost my pawn on d6. I wasn't even taking drugs or anything. You gotta take with the bishop. That isn't really what white wants here. c6 looks like the normal move. a4 kind of greedy. I guess this is a fast game. It's a blitz game. But now black just lost his mind completely. Yeah. So if c6, g5, you have to move the knight back to e8. Oh shit, there's an old game. I had this weird game with this old man. Around that time, they had the same name. Might have been the same guy. Knight takes h5. Garusel. He was like 2300, but he like lost like a bunny. Maybe he just had a bad day. G takes h5. But black ends up losing. Yeah, it doesn't look right for black. I agree. I mean, I had this one game, I don't know, a couple of years ago in the Hungarian Team Championship where I just got this. Now black, I mean, you really got to try to break out. You're going to have to try to break out here. Maybe f6. But it just looks like white is better. I mean, I don't... The problem is if f5... Okay, let's try f5. If you take on f5, you have that with the threat of f4. But is there anything there? Is there anybody home here? I don't know, man. I mean, maybe this is just, like, bad for black. It looks pretty bad. Wow. The computer has this insane idea. E takes f4, bishop takes f4, and b5. That is not a usual thing. But I mean, our king is just sitting in the middle of the board. I mean, if I was castled, if white was castled, he would be like crushing here. That's unbelievable. That black can get away with like b5. Yeah, you can play g takes f6, of course. Here. But yeah, of course, this is much safer. Well, I'm not sure. You know, it doesn't look that crushing, and white's still king in the center of the board. Anyway, I don't like a3. This is crazy. You know, b4 and black is in big trouble. There's a threat of knight b2. Outpost. It's really it's not right what black did here. I mean, you don't put your knight on a4 and let white just play c5. So strategically, you're like winning on both sides of the board. You have a space advantage on the king side and a space advantage on the queen side. The trick is like not overextending yourself. You really don't know like where to put your king, for example. So it's not that easy. I mean, you could still overextend yourself. Rook b1 looks reasonable, but this move is like strategically risky. Still, maybe it's okay. You have like bishop d1, doesn't do anything. f3. Takes. You're just like better in a closed position. This guy played pretty well, to be honest. h4. Space advantage on both sides of the board for white. Kind of classic. And now black really... He really kind of freaked out with f5. Remain calm and carry on, as they say. I mean, ultimately white's playing h5, I guess. But it's not the Sicilian dragon. You know, you're not getting like brutally checkmated necessarily here. This looks very risky. So takes. Not to mention the G file, but also like he's going to lose his light squared bishop. He takes f5. I mean, I've lost the only games I've ever played with this line with white. I'm still terrified with black. Like, I hate playing against it, but it's also hard to play with white without, like, you know, overextending yourself. As I said, I lost to Dulugi. I lost to a friend of mine who I'm, like, stronger than. The only times I try to play with white, I lose, and when I played black, I've lost too. It's really hard to play for both sides. Rook takes f5. Now your king is chilling in the middle of the board. Complicated position. Black's weak on the light squares. Oh, geez. Queen d7, queen c2, and bishop b5 wins the exchange. Dude, it's like Christensen Karpov. What are you going to do? Wow. Epaulette rooks. Deep tactics. Queen c2. Double attack. Hey, your rooks are placed very conveniently, sir. Queen d7, and now this. The crusher. Fred the Crusher. Bishop b5. So white, maybe black, rather, gets some compensation. Queen b5, queen f5, queen d5. On the a2 pawn. White is still a little disorganized, you know. It's not so easy. This is probably winning for white, but gotta be careful. Winning according to the engine. Doesn't mean it's easy. Yeah, so you missed it. h5, just gaining space. h6, that's pretty nasty. Now like here. What's he gonna do? Bishop f8, bishop f6, leaves his rook trapped. Now his rook is trapped, man. There's no excuse for missing that. His rook literally has nowhere to move without dropping. He'll have to sack it with rook g4. You're killing him now. I don't know which one of these squares is safer for you. You're totally winning. It's just a blitz game. That is beautiful, though. So you'll play bishop d3 and just annihilate him that way. Look at those pieces. King in the center, who cares? Okay, black has knight takes d5. He missed knight takes d5, threatening to fork you. You gotta very seriously be careful. Your king is on d1 and he's threatening to fork your king and queen. Oh man, I love this position. Bishop d2. What is happening here? I'm not even sure white's winning. You have some cool moves, like rook h5, bishop takes h7, for example. But the position is still messy. But he played that right away. Yeah. Again, you have bishop takes h7. You just like defended the d5 pawn, but I mean your king is in a very dangerous place. So this game got out of control. Really out of control. You know, maybe... Oops, sorry. I'll go back. I hate that feature. Chess games are not a VCR. Why do we need like a scroll back to the first move button? Alright, knight b5. What about rook b3 or rook c1 or something? You know, this rook is doing nothing. Have you noticed that, like, this whole game? Yeah, I don't think he had queen g7, Morales. That would be nice. Maybe some bishop c4. Maybe you're right. But can we get the queen rook in the game? Still, white's king safer than black's king. That was really the final blow. After that, just go back to e4. I would just go back to e4. And you're like crushing him with queen g6. Are you serious? Like maybe black could play queen g8 or something? Okay, queen f7. Queen f7 loses to this. Queen G8. It's awful. You gotta get your rook in the game, man. What is your rook doing? You're playing like rook down, and you're still winning. But Bishop G6 was awkward. You played this really awkwardly. Can you please get your rook in the game? Just play rook C1 at some point. It's funny that he's trading off black's bad bishop. And then he gets mated. Ouch. Yeah, he realizes now he can't take because of Queen G8 mate. Followed by mate. Yeah, that's ugly. That's a nice finish, though. So you chose this game based on the finish. It was fun, though. It was fun. Alright, guys, we gotta move along. I have 45 minutes left. We're going on to Astrobate. Thank you, Sumair. Astrobate is playing black. That was a fun game. Again, I think a very important variation for the King's Indian. This H3 line is, in my experience, one of the best. Statistically, it's the best variation for white. Alright, this is Astrobate versus 1500. Holy crap. F3. You know, I do the weird opening stream on Wednesdays, and I have to say, like, I think at some point, I seriously wondered about this move. I mean, F3 is played later sometimes. You know, why not give it a try? How bad can it be? Move 4, move 5, move 6, you see F3. Our hero, no, our nemesis is playing F3 on move 2. There is one game in the Opening Explorer with the over-the-board Opening Explorer with F3. Well, I think, like, objectively, D5 is the move that puts the most pressure on White's position. But I mean, you know, they can play it like a Philidor. D3, C3. There's no way to, like, blast it open easily for Black. It's not like White played like E4, E5, F3. You know? You could really go after him there. That's funny, that happened in a game. A 2100 won. That's suspicious, man. Monika Strojkowska against Rosa Ratsma. Very, very serious game there. F3. And White takes it down. No, but seriously, C5, F. Can I get a match with those players? There's a game in the database in 1991 where Black played H5. Dude was probably pissed, honestly. This is like, F you. How can you play F3 against me? You know, I'm going to one-up you with playing something even more stupid, which is H5. Clearly, this is a guy with Black who was like, aggravated his opponent played an insulting opening against him. So he just decided to play H5. Alright, G6. Bishop G7. And then clearly White's plan here all along, which was Queen B5. Okay, this is one of the weirdest openings we've seen. I'm definitely considering sacrificing my C5 pawn. But it's still an important pawn. Like, if you play knight C6, he takes here. I was wondering if we have something. There's a lot of interesting stuff here. I think that Black is clearly better. Plus... Wow, F5. Who would have thought? Like, how many people out there would be like, yeah, F5 is one of Black's best moves in this position? I like this. This is fun. But Astrobate just all business-like. He's become very materialistic. I guess D6 is illegal, so that pretty much rules that out. Queen c7 is fine. You'll have to meet knight c3 with e6 to stop knight d5 probably. I'm sure our hero Ibatis would have played queen c7. It was probably a pre-range draw. b6. No. Astrobate. I don't like this move. Pawn, 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 pawn. Undeveloped bishop, which is pawn. No, you played bishop a6 because you feel like that's an aggressive thing to do. But objectively, I don't think you really accomplished much. You're trading off, a kind of bad bishop on f1. While it's not terrible and black is still better, I don't think that bishop a6 is the best move. I think this is a good exchange for white strategically in this position. Whatever happens, bishop takes f1, king f1. He got rid of his bad bishop. Now he can play d3, play without having that blocked in light squared bishop. I don't think that's necessarily a good move for you. So instead of playing bishop a6, I don't know, maybe just play against his queen. Try to take advantage of the misplaced queen. Here, you could have serious chances to trap his queen or embarrass his queen in some way. Say this is a threat. He plays knight e2. You go here, maybe you have serious stuff now based on the weakness of c2 and the queen getting trapped. I think there's serious chances. But this is probably a mistake. It's not a terrible move, but not best. Takes, knight c6, okay? Now if white is careful, he can get it together. In fact, maybe even knight e2, play c3 and try to get his queen back into the fold. Asparov. No, he's talented, but he's inconsistent and he plays too fast. Astrobate doesn't use his time. He plays every game like a 1 minute game. If he took his time, he would be at least 100 points higher. But this move is so bad. What is white doing? He's already not developed. Putting knight on b5. Just developed. Good. c4. Okay, that's actually a pretty smart move. White gets a grip on the center. His knight can go back, having benefited him. There. d3. Okay, so white starts to play like he knows what he's doing. He's got all his pawns on light squares. His queen can retreat. Knight b5 wasn't so stupid after all. a6. And then all of a sudden he just dumbed down again. People are so funny and unpredictable. Why would you put your knight on a3 when you can put it on c3? Hey, I want to put it on the worst square. Alright. Let's put it on the side of the board for no apparent reason. He obviously should play knight c3. The queen can come home, and white's position isn't that bad. But this is bad. Why put the knight on the side? Knight d4. Now trade it off. Maybe black has b5 coming. I think it's a good idea. For example, knight e2, b5. And then white probably has to retreat with the queen. But still, knight e2 trying to trade off the powerful knight. White does bishop e3. b5, good move. Queen d1. I think this is a reasonable exchange, actually. d6. He should consider doing this. It's a strong bishop, but it's a strong knight. And if you don't play bishop d4, at least play knight e2, challenging that knight. White is still hanging on. Or, even knight c2 at this point. Anything. White is doing alright. Queen d2, b4. Bad move. I think white could play g4 or just g3 and king g2. But Astrobate, bishop h6 is overrated. I don't care about that. Rook b8. maybe knight d7, maybe e6. But he plays this, closing the queen side. I don't think that's right, you know, closing the position. Now it's hard to break through. I think white is just okay here. And now, I don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do. I mean, white is almost fully equalized. So you played that. That looks weird. Like your knights are just out in front of your pawns. Yeah, going for f5, of course, Morales. Of course. This is a reasonable plan. When that's like knight d7, I was saying this is a reasonable move, and I'm going for f5. Yes. Yeah. With the king on f1. White will probably play bishop h6 at some point and trade that off. But I mean, for a guy who played the opening like his rating was 175, I mean, it's pretty amazing that white has a fairly solid position. He was clearly just screwing around, and his real strength is like 1500. But he's coming back. Knight c2, this is awkward. Bishop h6. Okay, I mean, it's a neutral exchange. Again, I guess knight d7 or something. Like Morales is saying, maybe f5 not a bad idea. Here doesn't really help us. And this idea, okay, f5 finally. If g4, I don't know how Magnus became so good at endgames. He's been that way since he was a kid. It's an interesting question, though. I'd like to know more about his training when he was a kid. Bishop takes h6. I don't really like this. Let him trade on g7. So g4. He does play it. This can be guarded by knight e1. Now white just like hung the whole position in one move. It's crazy. So obviously he can play knight e1. And now, you know, f5 is risky because I guess the g file looks kind of sketch. So it's not so easy for Asterbate here. You know, if he hadn't locked the queen side, he could be like opening the b file right now. Because he played b4 and closed the queen side, it's hard for white to actually break through. But white just hangs this whole position in one move. Rook e1, knight takes d3, game over. This is kind of funny, like he's trying to angle rook h3. That's even creepy, man. I mean, Asterbate, you're gonna have to be careful. After f4, he's threatening rook h3. You'd literally have to defend with f6 and rook f7. Any other move probably like loses. Got to be really heads up there. But knight h3 just loses. His rook move didn't do anything. He's just collapsing. And now finally, okay, it doesn't matter anymore. White's just lost. Now knight e1. It's a little late for that. And I like how the queen guards. Yeah, he made this guy look bad. But he did play like a maniac, white that is. I don't think Asterbate does f5, by the way. Now we got lateral defense, so white has no mating attack. You'd think like white would at least threaten mate in 1, though. I mean, you got this far. Let's at least threaten mate in 1. There's a small percentage chance. Mate. I missed that he had queen c1. That's cool. Alright, good game. Anyway, white played like really insane. We've got a few games left. I've got games from Move 11, Kakatiri, and Saeed. Those are our last ones for tonight. Alright, Move 11, where are you, sir? The Move 11 game. Where the heck? Hey, submitting this game for the stream. I'm just curious how Magnus specifically became very strong in endgames at an early age. It's not that common. He's like, when I played him in 2006, he was like a Soviet grandmaster, man. I mean, he didn't play like a little kid. He played like an old man, you know, technically, with perfect endgame technique. And he played for the endgame, which is very rare for kids. Alright. It was noticeable, you know. Like, he had been trained specifically, it looked like. Hey, submitting this game. Alright. This has to be the right one. Patrick Wolf. Patrick Wolf, Gary Kasparov. Oh, okay. What is this, the famous Simul game? Patrick Wolf. Oh, black. Gary played the English. Uh-huh. Can I get PGN? This was in New York. 1908 New York. Oh, that's weird. I assumed it was a Harvard. Copy. Tools analysis board. Paste. It's weird that Patrick would have played him in New York in '88. I mean, Patrick's like family is from Cambridge. So, what is this? Wolf is black? Patrick quit chess like 20 years ago, even longer, to go into some other American Grandmaster who quit playing actively to go into another career, but we were always friendly. I don't think I ever played Pat in a tournament game, just in Blitz. Alright. I do remember playing the English against Patrick. Be it some kind of closed... He played a closed English with black. So we see c4 from Kasparov. Wolf playing e5. Most likely I had like a 4 knights English with Pat, I think, in Blitz. Maybe knight c3, knight f6. But Kasparov played g3. Hyper accelerated dragon reversed. Knight f6. Bishop g2. And yeah, this is interesting because this is a variation that I think became popular later, but not so much back in 1988. c6. Mihail Shuba has a game in dynamic chess strategy against Sachs where he played this line with white and beat Sakhchula. I guess it was probably around the same time or even maybe a few years earlier. Maybe mid-80s, 85, I can't remember. But a really nice game by Sachs. So it's basically a c3 Sicilian in reverse that Kasparov's playing here. I mean, Patrick is playing black here. White can also play knight f3. I don't know like which move is better. I guess they're both okay. It matters like what you feel more comfortable with. I've actually played this line in Blitz for black. d4, bishop e4 check. This is the safe way to play. I remember I had some games on World Chess Network years ago against like Dorian Rogozenko, maybe against Marin. I don't remember. Some Romanian players. I don't remember if I like won or lost or who I played anymore, but I've played this a number of times. Like this is the safer way to play, like bishop d2, bishop takes d2 check, queen takes d2, and d6, and you play it like an old Indian for black. But I would say like black has pretty limited winning chances here. There's also e4. I'm thinking, you know, you're playing a tempo down. Hyper-accelerated dragon. But bishop g2 isn't necessarily the most useful move for white, oftentimes. He might even like prefer to have the bishop on f1 in some lines. Anyways, yeah, so Patrick took. This is, I think, the variation that Suba had against Sachs. Queen takes d4. And I can't remember that game exactly. It was probably the same position. d5. But I'm pretty sure that Suba didn't play c takes d here. My general advice in the c3 Sicilian is to like not, you know, you generally don't want to take, because when you take and black has a knight coming to c6, gaining a tempo. This is theory though. Knight f3, knight c6, queen a4. You know, come to think of it, there might be like more than one game in dynamic chess strategy. Suba loves the English. He loves all variations related to it. So there's possibly like a couple of games in there. I can't remember. This is a no-9 though. If white has time to play bishop e3, he has a really good game. Bishop e3 will help to like blockade the d4 square. So it's super important that black plays it's super important that black plays bishop c5 before, you know, he's like preempting bishop e3. Look at that, Korchnoi Timon, 87. See? That's about the time when these type of lines, you know, started to be explored. I mean, d4 is a funny move, right? It fails to knight takes d4, queen takes d4, bishop takes c6 check. It's a good way to lose a queen, right? It looks like you play d4, but you can't, you know? I mean, that's a pretty funny line. Is there like bishop e4 check though? Wait a sec. Let's just make sure about this. Check. Okay, knight c3, queen takes d4, bishop takes c6 check. Well, the situation is pretty messy. Takes. I really have no clue what's going on here, or whatever. So the game, after e takes d4, queen takes d4, there's this move. I've definitely faced this. I've played this with white. And when I played black, I always played bishop e4 check. I've never played this e takes d. But knight a6 is definitely a move. d5 is definitely a move. But I'm thinking like Suba played knight f3 here. Like, I'm pretty sure. And Sachs took on c4. And see, there's even older games. Larsen Hubner from 81. That's the oldest one. It's really weird. There it is. Okay. Suba Sachs 1982. So the oldest game is actually Larsen Hubner 81. But the funny thing about that variation, I mean, Sachs was a really great player. They both are, but the surprising thing was that the Suba liked queen takes d8 better. Whereas like most people, you know, they want to keep the queen on and they just played like queen takes c4. But he had a fantastic game. That's a fantastic game. Queen takes d8. Anyway, for another time. But Kasparov took on d5. Yeah, I mean, I think like it's difficult to say which is the better move. Well, 4 games with knight takes d5. That's pretty weird, man. No, if this is a problem, then Kasparov's move order is bad. I mean, Suba knows what he's doing because he specializes in this line. Kasparov plays a lot of different stuff. If knight takes d5 is a good move, then, like, you know, black just like equalizes. That's even more evidence that it's probably better to keep the tension for white. It makes sense. Even knight h3 has been played. That seems a little extreme. So safe to assume knight f3 is the best move. Okay. Takes. Knight f3, knight c6, queen a4. And now, basically, Wolf didn't even play the best move. You're supposed to play bishop c5. But again, this is a game from 1988. Kasparov has a good position. Castle. Actually, I've played this position for both colors, reversed. I've played white's position for both colors. I'm wondering if bishop e3 is actually a good move. There's sometimes issues with this not being protected, but, like, what about this? It was played by Foysor. The father or brother, I don't know. He's still alive. Never met him. Bishop e3 makes a lot of sense to strengthen the control of d4. Alright, let's see. So castle, bishop e3. Kasparov has a good position. As far as I'm concerned, like, white is slightly better here. Knight g4, no big deal. This is the point. I mean, I played this like a million times with the black pieces. Our entire point is that bishop d4. Knights sometimes are better than even bishops. Knight takes d4. I mean, this is kind of naive what Wolf did here. He's not better, you know. Someone played queen takes d4, but that looks stupid. Why would you play queen takes d4 with white? Bishop f6, what are you doing? So knight takes d4. At best, black is like equal here. It's funny though. Suba lost to Gilberto Milos, and Kasparov lost with white, but I think that black, if anything, is a tiny bit worse. I mean, it looks like the statistics bear it out. It is kind of ironic that the top two games were both wins for black. But it's a simul game. This was a simul game. And Suba just happened to lose to a good player. So, you know, this is like a materialistic move. It is kind of annoying. I mean, because b2's hanging. But Gary, you know, what's Gary supposed to do? He's like literally forced to sacrifice a pawn. At least temporarily. And now queen h6. This I have not seen. You know, I'm impressed that Wolf knew this variation so deeply. I don't think he could have just found this over the board. I have not seen this though. It does not seem right. Wow. Does white have another option there? I mean, there is no other move, really. I guess knight b3. You could play knight b3. Presumably, it would be very similar. No, Patty knew a lot of theory. Excuse me. Here. Queen h6. He, you know, he was chosen by Anand to be Anand's one of Anand's seconds in his 1995 match with Kasparov, ironically. Wolf was respected for, you know, his memory and knowledge of theory, though it didn't help Anand. White to play. Gary played h4. And they both did. Wow. The two strongest players both lost to this move. This is so, like, it's so caveman, and it worked. Dude, what's up with h3? I mean, what's the worst thing that can happen? It's a draw. h3, knight f6. King h2, knight g4 check. Isn't that the point here, right? Worst case scenario, it's a draw. This guy was Sviton. He did a delayed h4, which is kind of an interesting idea. Sviton, of course, a good player. Couldn't win against 2400. So Gary just, you know, just played h4. I guess it's a little risky. Bam. Well, I objectively, I don't know. I mean, it looks like white might have something. Let's see what happens here. Knight takes d5. Wolf is just all in. Bishop d8. And this is exactly... So he just... This is the first game where this happened. I mean, he didn't know about the soups. Milos knew this later, but Wolf actually found this over the board. Now Kasparov calmly played rook a c1, but I'm a little skeptical of that. Rook a c1, is that really white's best move? Or rook fc1? fc1? Seriously? With your f2 pawn? Like, who would play rook fc1? Kasparov must have played rook a c1. I mean, no one in their right mind... I mean, Suba must have been smoking some drugs or something when he played that. I mean, the f2 square, seriously? Are you serious? You're going to play that? Rook fc1? There's no way I'm playing that move. The dark squares are already sensitive. Like, that's crazy. Kasparov's move makes more sense. But, I mean, it feels like white should have something better. I mean, why can't we play knight f3 here? Wow. How to do better than Garry Kasparov? I don't know, my gut instincts is Kasparov like really underestimated Wolf here. But I mean, clearly our king side is in danger, you know? Suba's move is like obscene. I mean, looks crazy. No wonder he lost, but I mean, this is just like a little bit careless. But I mean, dude, I'm playing knight f3 like 100% of the time here. I mean, seriously, what would happen? Takes? Okay. Knight takes h4. What are you going to do? Take with the bishop? Okay. Takes. Now what are you going to do? Take with the queen? Okay. Queen f4. Where's the mate? Yeah, that's crazy. Certainly a confidence booster. G takes h4. Okay, so this was Gary's idea. He got, like, combinative. It's too fancy. He did rook takes c8. I would have just kept it simple. Yeah, that's nice. The problem when we assume something, you know? Assuming black's gonna recapture, so I can, like, kill him with knight f5. This is a simul game, but Kasparov really underestimated Wolf. He just took him for granted. I mean, he's 25-30. G takes... H takes G, man. You're getting mated on H1. I mean, basically, Kasparov's a genius, but he must have missed something. He thought he could defend this. This is really, really risky. And you don't want to play like this in a simul game when you're playing other players to get, like, an insane position. It is cool, though. So now Kasparov is, you know, he's anticipating rook takes c8, and he's winning with queen takes g4. But instead, Wolf plays knight h2, undermining... This is cool. He's, like, undermining black's control of the h2 square. So he's gonna mate him. And that's why, like, Suba prefers rook fc1. But now g4 is protected. Rook takes c8. Rook takes c8. Knight takes f3 check. E takes f. Why not bishop takes? You're mated in 2. Okay. Bishop takes, mated in 2. G takes f2. And now, if you play queen h2 check, there's, like, no follow-up. So he takes on f2 with check. White is, like, up a piece here, right? Wow. Basically, Kasparov's up a piece in the simul game, but the knight's not protected, the rook's not protected. We're going to drop a knight to queen d2 check if we take it, so we can't do that. Although even that, like, honestly, king takes, queen d2 check. Probably white is losing. He's down a pawn. So he plays king f1. And then here, threatening mate in 1. And there's no way to hit me on the dark squares. So this is a serious problem. Bishop h4 is covered, but yeah, this is the main problem. Oof. So now there's a beautiful finish, by the way. What, bishop takes f6? Queen g4 check? Bishop g7, rook f8, king f8, queen here check? And it looks like, well, there's a good chance, like, white isn't losing. But Wolf just plays, like, king g7. So if queen g4 check, king h8, and you're getting mated, he has to keep the checks coming. So knight e8 check. If you take it, white takes it, and he's guarding against the mate on e1. So here, although that might not be that clear. Now queen e4. Yeah, I never saw this game, oddly enough. Bishop h4, what Saeed was talking about before. I can't help but feeling like Wolf was really lucky because everything just, like, kept working out for him. There's unpreventable, like, win now. I mean, honestly, he was really lucky. Kasparov seriously underestimated him. You know, he treated him like he was, like, a noob or something. But it was still a really, really fun game. Thanks, Move11. As always, a good submission. Guys, it's late. I'm going to go through the last 2 games here a little quicker. Guys, please support the stream. Astrobate with a gift sub a little while back. We've had Rohan Chaudhry following. Thank you. Merliko followed. Thank you. Last games. Saeed is in there and Kakatiri. Alright, Kakatiri and Saeed. In order. Learn, study. Where is my studies? Wait, these games are not in the studies. All right, I forgot. Kakatiri. Shatiri. There it is. Okay. You had a game with 2065, smoked me in the opening, so I was wondering I may submit it for analysis at some point. Dude, did he specify? Did he specify which game this was? Lichess.org study. Very rusty in opening at first game in months. Do I assume that's like the last game in the list? Kakatiri. Because you said like very rusty in opening as first game in months, should I assume that's the last game? Hooray. I feel like you sent me a message. Okay. This is game 7, okay. And you're white. Wait. Smoked you in the opening. No, that doesn't help me. You're playing the Caro-Kann. Alright. I think we know where we are now. We're playing black here. Thanks everyone for joining me. Thanks to the guys from the Bartholomew stream. I think like me, John is a very constructive streamer. We try to be serious here. Not always, but mostly. Thanks to him for the raid earlier. If you're new to my stream, please join us. I'm streaming like 6 days a week on a regular basis. Next week, next 2 weeks, I will be not streaming as regularly as usual due to a tournament. But in general, usually here most days. E4, C6. Kakatiri is black. D4, D5, E5. Yeah, you mentioned this advance. You mentioned this advanced variation like last time you tried C5. I like bishop F5 better. I mean, it feels like much more fundamental. To be honest, like this move is pushing the envelope of chess soundness. Playing C6 and C5 is not a trivial matter. Like, that move was not considered good in the old days, when we had to walk, like, both ways to school, uphill, as they say. It wasn't until pretty late in the 90s when this move really became, like, accredited as a serious variation. I still don't trust it. You know, I still think, like, bishop F5's got to be better. But computers probably agree. Thanks, Rohan Chaudhry, for subscribing. Knight C3. The good news is that your opponent is playing an old school variation, which isn't considered dangerous like it used to be. The scariest seems to be H4, which is always popular. The old Nigel Short stuff, or the Magnus sort of modern Knight D2, where black is facing Knight B3 and trying to like prevent black's counterplay with C5. What else have I forgotten? I think like Knight C3 has been semi-solved. We're happy to see this. E6. And then white doesn't know what he's doing. I remember, I always tell this story, but I remember when I played Alex Shabalov when he first immigrated from Latvia to the United States. Like my first ever, of course, like my first ever advanced Caro-Kann with black against a good player had to be like the young Alexander Shabalov. Like that was a very rough introduction to how to play the black side of bishop F5, you know, advanced Caro. A guy who's like literally, you know, an expert in it. But I mean, white's supposed to play G4. This is the line. G4. This is very popular in the 80s. G4, bishop G6. I think H4 is supposed to be like just bad. So knight on G to E2, and now knight E7, and this is the game changer. Because traditionally, like C5 was always the move. But this move order with knight E7. Let's see, knight F4, C5, H4, C takes D4. Yeah, this is actually good. I think knight E7 is good. I don't know, C5 might be good too. H4, and then H5, and then knight F4, and now you play bishop H7 and you sacrifice the pawn on H5. So this is good too. Yeah, either way, I think they're both good. But your opponent's move, I don't know what this is. You know, what is this? What is knight F3? This is not even a move. Like, he's basically playing the short variation and then sticking his knight on C3. It doesn't make any sense. He's playing two different systems at the same time. You know, that doesn't make sense. So what should you do? Well, you know, playing for C5 is usually a plan, but it does seem like kind of early. Needless to say, people still did it. You got 4 games here. No one special. Playing C5 right away. A Tibor Tolnai game from 1991. Tibor is a former teammate of mine who's a legendary poker pro and a really good player. I mean, you can do whatever you want. I mean, white doesn't really have a plan here, is the point. So I imagine everything is possible. Knight E7. I'm surprised no one played this. What's the problem with this move? Maybe knight H4? It's possible knight H4. Even that doesn't scare me, though. Yeah, objectively, that's probably something you want to prevent. So you could even play H6, to be honest. Not my favorite move, but, you know, I think there, like, bishop D3 kind of makes H6 look like a waste of time, but you could even play that. Alright, but you played bishop E4. This playing it like a winnower French is interesting. Seems like most people play knight D7. Okay, let's check this out. Bishop E4, provocative. There's a 2000 game between Fogarashi and Vadaj. Fogarashi lost to Vadaj in 2000. That's a serious upset. Wow. He was way past his prime. But I don't know what Fogarashi was doing with this position with white. Okay, it's like a winnower French, and now C5. Okay, first of all, whatever you're doing here, you don't want to trade your like dark square bishop for no reason. I mean, bishop E4 was like a provocative move. I'm not sure exactly what the plan is. We're not interested in giving away our dark square bishop for no particular reason. After bishop D2, I'm definitely not interested in trading it off. So what's the plan? C5? It's a mistake. You know, I just don't like bishop B4. White has no plan, but black needs a plan. Knight D7. This is clearly the best move. Michael Rode versus David Brodsky, whoever that is, 2017. I mean, no one plays this with white. What is this? It's interesting, though. It's not so easy to refute it. I guess it's just a safe way to play with white. What else can you do? As I said, H6. I don't like allowing knight h4 on knight e7. Bishop b4, bishop d2 does seem like a reasonable move for white. a6 is a move. I kind of like this move, honestly. You know, you could follow up with knight d7. You take away that crap with knight b5. I mean, that's the point of a6. Like, it's in the French sometimes. I don't know. I kind of like this move. What is this? Ryazantsev, Fedoseev, Cyborowski. Even this guy, Radlovaki's not a bad player. Ansel. There's a whole host of good players here. So a6 basically prevents any crap with knight b5. But I think like the same thing would happen after knight on bd7, honestly. You could play a6 whenever you want to. You know, whether you want to or not is up to you. Either of those moves is good. I'm not sure what we're doing with bishop e4. Vadas played it, you know, he was way out of it by 2000. I played him in like 1990, 97, 98, and he was already like ready to retire. It's amazing that he beat Fogarashi at his peak. But I mean, if we can play c5, we have a good game. But this is a good move. He could also play a3. What are you going to do? Are you going to take? Is this a good... It's a bluff, right? You're bluffing. I mean, you're bluffing here, aren't you? Are you going to take on c3 and play the winnower? We could transpose the winnower. c5, your bishop's outside the pawn chain. Okay, but a4, and he's going to go here. I still don't know if I like giving up my dark-squared bishop. Even if I got a French with my bishop outside the pawn chain, I still have weaknesses all over the place on the dark squares. I'm not really enthusiastic about trading my bishop. Even if a3, I would still play bishop a5. You know, and then like b4, and it's the twilight zone. Yeah. Yeah, bishop b4 is just bad. Okay. What did Fogarashi do wrong? He played what? Bishop e2. So he did nothing. How do you lose here with white? Castles, castles, knight h4, c5, bishop g5, bishop g6, knight takes g6, h takes g6, a3, bishop takes c3, b takes c. And Tibor was better. You know, white is better here. He just has more space. He ended up losing. He probably got in time pressure. But anyways, yeah, bishop e4 is just bad. No, Fugarashi's a friend of mine. He's a good player. He has a tendency to get in time pressure. Sometimes. He would normally never lose to Vadash, and it wasn't because of the opening. He's actually very well trained in the openings. But bishop d2 is a good move too. You know, I think here... you walked into knight b5. You know, what can you do? How about a6? Yeah, now it's like a French where you messed up. So all we can do is like damage control at this point. I mean, white's threatening knight d6. Don't panic. But knight d6 is very, very disruptive. I don't care about the b7 pawn. What are we going to do? Check looks more or less forced. Further development for white takes. We can't just like lose this pawn on c5 for nothing. He's threatening knight d6 check. Knight f5 is bad enough. You know, but perhaps you can somehow salvage something here. The problem is, I don't know what to do. Like, bishop g4, knight d6 check, king f8. I guess we go to e7. No, you can't. So king f8 and then this. Threatening mate. And, like, winning your bishop on f5. It's a total disaster. Knight e7 is... I'm concerned about losing this pawn here. To be honest, like if I was white at this point, I guess he has to play knight check and then take. But if I were him, I would seriously consider just like taking this pawn. He played knight g5. Obviously, I have to play bishop g6. This is a neat move by white. Don't you have f5 here? I mean, it's horrible. It really is. It's horrible. No. Never mind. It's worse than I thought. Never mind. Yeah, it's time. You're lost. Wow, that's a powerful move. Don't you have f5? f5 is probably your best move, seriously. Wow. Is knight there so crushing? I feel like there's still hope here. What if we play h6? He takes. You take. He takes here. Knight takes. It's horrible. What am I missing? Knight b5. You don't have a choice. I mean, you have to play bishop takes d2. You could play a different move at this point, other than knight e7. But like what? Like king f8? Would it really change anything? Bishop g6 right away? That's a devastating move. You know, I thought, oh, well, he'll just take on c5 and maybe we have some chances. But this move is amazingly crushing. Wow. This is really calm. He just finds that. Okay, let's see. Can you take? I mean, white does it's knight f7. It's horrible. Or queen takes. You can play anything, you know. I mean, even like queen f4 is scary. It's a freaking nightmare. Anyway, guys, all right, it's a terminal position. It looks like you don't have a choice. You have to take with the e pawn. Man, that's brutal. And you just like get knight takes b5, queen b6, queen b6. Anybody? It's horrible. I mean, here, wow. I mean, the weird thing is, like, the variation he played, like, isn't even any kind of theory, you know, and you just, like, get destroyed. It's so funny. If you literally play one of these other lines, he doesn't have anything special. It's funny that 5 people played bishop e4. You're just completely crushed. Bishop e4 literally doesn't have any point. Because of this French theme. I just want to see what the computer says. I feel like there's got to be something that stays in the game. Can you play knight h6? What about knight h6? You know, like guarding f7. It's awful, huh? Here. It's like +4. It's not better. It just doesn't matter. You're totally smoked. There's nothing you can do. That's a great move, though. Bishop d3 is a great move. Yeah. I mean, sadly, there's nobody in the universe who's gonna, like, save this position for black. Not even Magnus. It's as bad as it gets. And f4, nice move. Yeah, he totally crushed you. But it's as a freak variation. I mean, I think he's kind of lucky that you played it. You happened to play it the way you did. Like, any other setup would have been okay. Alright, Kakatiri, tough game. Sorry about that. But, keeping in mind, like, general chess strategy, when you play something like Bishop e4 and the Nimzo and the Caro and the French or whatever, I mean, you got to remember that that's your good bishop, and you're never going to trade that off unless you have some kind of... you actually drew? Oh my god. Do I have to see this? Holy god. b5? Yeah, what happened here? It's +8. I just gave up when I saw that. Okay, you know, Stockfish exaggerates slightly. I thought after f4 it's game over. But he still has to break through. I mean, I think here is the key. Our friend Morales in the e5 square. It sounds like a Harry Potter book. Morales in the e5 square. I guarantee, like, Morales would be focusing on this. I think white got a little carried away on the queen side, you know. This is weird to me. It's okay, it's playable. I guess it's not bad. Alright, b4, whatever. But, like, now, that's enough, you know. Like, you play b4, your knights support it. Why b5? Like, why not focus on the king side? What is this guy doing here? Squeeze me? This position bothers me. Why the guy doesn't take there? No. I mean, this is insane. This is insane, dude. I mean, you know, you like got away with murder here. You played g5. He has to take. You have to take. If he trades queens, like queen takes, knight takes, knight takes, there's like a 1% chance like you save the game. But if he takes with a knight, there's like a 0% chance. Like h takes g5, knight takes g5, the 0%. Dude, rook b3, swinging over to the king side, forget about it. You know, I mean, this is absolutely perverted. White has 100% chance of winning. 101. This is the critical moment. You bluffed him with g5, and he doesn't take on g5. Oh, there's a rook on g8. That's a rook on g8. Sorry. Alright, there's a rook on g8. You're right. I can't believe it. I thought there was no rook on g8. There's got to be something here. He's got to take. Take in e6. Come on. This works, right? e6. I'm sorry, guys. You're right. But I have a fork anyway. It still works. e6. Morales. Dude, e6. Thanks, Saids. I'm getting tired. Look at this variation. Pawn takes pawn, knight takes. Rook takes, queen takes, and knight takes e6 check. White has to be proactive here. He has this big advantage on the king side, but I think this is stupid. b5 is really bad. Because now you're like forced to come back and defend, the blockade the e5 square. Yeah, this has got to be winning. Rook b3, as I mentioned earlier, but I would be nervous like the position gets closed up. I don't like b5. He's playing on the queen side. What's he doing over there? He's still winning, but it's like not so easy now. He has the kind of backward pawn on the c file. Yeah, he drifted. The older players get tired. I'll tell you from first-hand experience. He's still winning. You're going to tire him out. He's caving now. What is that? Oh, he has knight at knight. Well, he's caving. I mean, he's caving. Why is he doing this? He caved. Now his pawn is hanging on d4. You know what happens? Like, you become impatient. You're like, oh, he's lost, he's lost, he's lost. And when you're old and you're tired and you're getting, like, frustrated, you're more likely to cave and not, you know, keep your head down and try to play the best moves. I do it all the time. He just caved. He was lazy. f4. I'm thinking like you're almost better now. His knight is so crappy on h3. But a very scary pawn on the queen side. Yeah, b6 and a6. That's super, super scary. Yeah, this is a nightmare. Protected passer at b6. I have no idea what's going on. I mean, you still might be lost. But you've got active counterplay. Wow. Rook b2. This is funny. He defends against bishop e4. Kakatiri's like playing for a win. He was -8 before. Unbelievable. Another nice move. So if you just didn't get a lost position in the first place, you'd be all set. g3. Unbelievable. Take, take. And now knight d1. And white's lucky he has that. You're threatening bishop e4. What are you going to do? Sacrifice the a6 pawn? Yes. Here, here. What about knight takes a6? You're coming with bishop e4. Unbelievable. Yeah. Did you move the rook to the wrong square, by the way? I mean, is this better? Is there a better square? Rook e2? Rook d2? You were winning with rook e2. Not entirely surprised. But I mean, he has knight c3. I mean, that's the point. It's hard to believe you're winning, you know. I mean, the guy has a protected pass pawn on the 6th rank. What are you going to do? Like, take on e5 and you're winning? I'm not sure I subscribe to that. The point is you have to play rook c2. His knight is in the way of his own passed pawn. But I have no idea what's going on here. Like, he could sack a piece and maybe still be winning. Yeah, it's a crazy situation. I don't know. This, however, was not a good turn of events. We did not want to, like, trade rooks. You're lucky you're still, if you're still holding on here. Whoa. Dude, I'm thinking like you ought to trade if you can. Yeah, this is like bonkers. You're holding a draw with knight takes a5, but you didn't trade pawns. You definitely should trade pawns. Get closer to a draw. I think you're still trying to win. That's a crazy game, man. He's still playing for the win. Now it's a draw. Alright, that was funny, man. Very, very funny. No, I mean, kudos to you for not giving up. It was totally lost, but yeah, I mean, you can't like just resign in a closed position where you're down a couple of pawns and your king is exposed. The guy has to actually win the game. But that was amazing. You almost actually came back to win. Pretty shocking, actually. I don't always play for the win. Like I would cut my losses there. All right, last game. Saeed's. Guys, it's late. We'll be back tomorrow morning, Friday, with some rapid challenges. I've got Saeed's here. Dear Mr. Dear Mr. Coffee, thanks to Cobain and those guys for pointing out the rook was on g8. I started hallucinating that the king was on g8. You know, you always assume it's like king on g8, rook on f8. I actually had to like de-size the board a little bit because the screen was not showing the names. I normally am a little more comfortable with a slightly larger board than I have here for today's stream. I'm just finding excuses, but I really I thought that was a king on g8. I guess I need glasses. Okay, this is our last game, another English. A lot of Englishes today. Dear board size. f5. Saeed's no relation to our other Iranian friend, Dr. Tripchance. Maybe I mentioned this before, but he's always playing the Grand Prix. You guys have the same repertoire? The stream has lag now? Dr. Tripchance plays the Grand Prix attack and he plays the Hyper Accelerated Dragon. I mean, that's pretty weird. You're playing both the Hyper Accelerated Dragon and the... You know, okay. It's just a coincidence. The concept of reverse openings. No, I did a video series on this years ago. You play d5 here? Yeah, this is a known gambit. I told the story many times. When Michael Brooks played this against me in like 1992, maybe it was 1991, I don't remember. 92? 93? Who knows? I thought for 45 minutes. It was like the longest, one of the longest things I ever made in a tournament game with white in this position. Yeah. This was from a video. But white is supposed to be slightly better if he's accurate. I have never seen anyone play bishop takes d5. Interesting. So, knight b4 is coming. My game with Michael Brooks was d3. Brooks played c6, I think. And I think I played queen b3, but it's so long ago I can't remember. Here's another game I had with Robert Torma in 2006. I mean, I don't know, you know. I'm surprised that game's even in the database, but whatever. Well, I was black there, yeah. Alright, so c6. Your game was bishop takes d5. I've never seen anyone do this. My assumption is, like, white's just in trouble. Like, I wouldn't even consider making that move with white. This is extremely strong. And so, because white has 6 out of 8 pawns on the dark squares, he can't afford to, like, give up. This is like Kakatiri last game with the dark square bishop. You can't afford to give up your dark squares. Or your white squares in this case. So, this bishop has to go back to g2. I mean, there's no other move here. The problem is, like, you're nearly lost. I mean, after queen d3, threatening knight c2, you're losing... Well, you are lost, probably, right? I don't see how this isn't lost. Bishop f3. What about bishop f3? Why does queen d3 not win? Like, immediately. How is this not winning for black? With the threat of knight c2 immediately. Oh, you have bishop e2. Ah, of course, you have bishop e2. That's a weird thing to see, but yeah, it's like optical illusion. Amazingly, white is not completely lost. To be honest, black has massive compensation. I mean, you can also play e4 and just sit on white if you want to. You have a lot of moves. This, take your pick. But instead he played queen b3. You know, I mean, it doesn't look like a double question mark. I'm not sure you should take. You can take if you want to. Like, there's no doubt that black is okay here. You're not in any danger of losing. You have full compensation for the sacrificed pawn in this position. He's got a disaster on the white squares. But, you know, how much compensation do you have? That's the question. There's an interesting possibility here of e4, I just realized. You're trapping his bishop. Holy shit. I saw it on my own. It took me a while. But the bishop actually gets trapped on d5, and you're threatening c6. Yeah. And you have knight d3 check in the event of a3. It's easy to miss that, though. I didn't see it at first. It's easy to miss it. So c6, and then bishop f3. He was smart to see bishop f3. I don't know. Most players would automatically play bishop g2 and not even consider bishop f3. The point is he's guarded d3, so on bishop g2 you actually can't go here anymore. So he played that, which isn't necessary. Maybe you even gain a tempo with e4 at some point. You also have bishop e3 or e6 if you want to. So we have here a case of the threat is stronger than the execution. Yeah, you have a lot of interesting moves. So you have a huge advantage. All of white's pieces are like pinned down on the first rank. You have full compensation for the sacrificed pawn. You have a whole bunch of moves. I mean, e4 gaining space, bishop e6 developing, threatening stuff like b5. You have a5 like you mentioned. It's problematic to actually literally decide what the best move is for black within a reasonable amount of time. But I like to stick with principles. So while a5 is a good move, e4 feels a little overextending, and bishop e6, you know, to me, what I like about that move is develops. You know, you might see a problem here with b7. Another advantage of a5 is that on the a3 you have a4, which is really, really strong. And that's like a typical Nimzo theme, and you gain a lot of space. Yeah, a5 is actually very strong, exploiting his queen on b3. Okay, so you played this, check. It's still good. And you made a normal developing move. I had a game like this once, where I pretty easily beat like a 2300. The computer might say white is equal, but I'll take black any day in this position. The engine is giving a 0.0 evaluation, but in a practical game, white is way harder to play than black. There's no way I'm preferring white ever. Now the problem is you might have like a couple different issues. b4, if you had like one extra move, you'd have a huge grip on the position. But he has possible d4, b4. I was a little bit worried about queen c3, because that might give him d4. This might be a better move, objectively, for white. Although at the same time you have a tactic bishop f6, perhaps. So he goes back to safe square. You played a5, and now can white play d4 and sack a pawn? I don't know. Just a thought. You know, try to sacrifice a pawn. That would enable him to gain some time in terms of development. Wow. Yeah, well, classic Grand Prix attack. Sometimes e4 gaining space, but sometimes f4. So you actually got in f4. That's really nice. Man, his development is not there, and he's got to play king g2. I can't believe your opponent played bishop takes e5. My question is, like, what about this? Can he play... Yeah, I mean, maybe that's why a move earlier would be better. Can he play king g2, and is he okay here? This might be okay. Like, the honest truth. Maybe white is okay after king g2. You know, you have bishop f5, actually. Okay, so this looks pretty scary for white. I just realized. You know, probably you're in good shape, but yeah, maybe it was even stronger to play f4 first. This is crazy, though. Like, that's crazy to take that pawn. That looks extremely dangerous for white. So bishop f6, but I mean, you know, the first thing is just here. It feels like you have something stronger. You don't want to open up his H file. So this is our first idea. I would say take there. Okay, here, and then something like bishop f5. But true, it's not that convincing. So maybe your move is strong. But I'm still not sure. I expected d4. But now your attack is too strong. So he had to do this. Yeah, the problem is you really, really, really don't want to trade queens when a guy's got his king on f1 like this. That's a pity. You're still good, but yeah. We're not winning, like, immediately. This is pretty good, though. He survived without getting checkmated to an endgame, albeit like a difficult one. I don't know, F3. Maybe it's just too hard for white to survive. So he plays F4 here. King G2. Yeah, this is like Morphe-esque. But I guess taking this pawn is reasonable. There's still a chance white's going to survive. I mean, if he can blockade and then pick off your pawn on e3, you might not be winning. Check the crazy lines if white were to take the pawn on f4 earlier. The pawn on f4, oh my god. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, like here? Oh, e takes f4. Yeah, it looks like something out of Andras Shadorian pamphlet on like weird openings or something. I trust you. You know there's bad things happening here. H4 with the queen. Yeah, this is not good. It's not good. Take queen h4. Rook f3, I mean knight f3. Does that offer any resistance? Well, I mean, you have check, king e1, rook takes f3. I mean, this is probably good enough. Because at the end of the day, you're going to just absolutely destroy him with bishop f5. Yeah, no, it's not surprising. This is nice. So ironically, the ending is just winning. You have too much here. But there's a chance to mess this up. I thought he would play king g2, to be honest. I mean, is this at all an option to play king g2? You're winning the exchange there. Okay. So he didn't like that. and then a natural move, but it's difficult for white to find a move here. He's got to try to hang on. I don't know what you recommend. Rook d1? He should have played rook d1. Computer says rook d1 or c5. Well, it feels like if you wanted to play a4, you should have played that before while your rook was still on a8. You know? I mean, if this is the plan, then do it right away. It's weird to play it now. It's still a good move, probably. But not as good. You might have to go back to a8. See, you ended up like moving a rook back to a8, which like cost time. Yeah, but black's still winning. This is beautiful. What about the 7th? Forget about material for a minute. It looks like white is in strategic Zugzwang. I can't imagine he can survive. He just can't attack the e3 pawn. You know, it's amazing. And now knight f2. Yeah, he just loses his pieces. But, you know, I mean, this is an extremely difficult position for white. Yeah, slightly materialistic move. But the key to the position is the fact that he can never, ever, ever get rid of that pawn. What about rook d1, though? If we go back, he should have played rook d1. Is there any chance for white to survive here? Like knight takes c3, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, a2's hanging. It's amazing, like you're not even up any material, but white is paralyzed. He's probably lost. a3 plus 4. Like there's no immediate way to win. So it takes care to like win this position for black. Look at the best move, bishop f5, not even a direct threat. Look at this, bishop c2, bishop d1. Can you imagine? That's the best move. b4. What a beautiful position. I'll just leave you with that. Bishop d1. Total domination of the d1 square. You know, coordination of the forces of evil. Yeah, this is a nice game. Alright, I gotta go, guys. Thanks everyone for joining me. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Thanks to John Bartholomew for the raid, and Mr. Coffee, and all of our followers, Asterbait for the support, Miralis, Grand Prix Attack, fans, unite. I only play it with the black pieces usually. Chescudo, thanks for joining us. Guys, it's late, I gotta go. My pleasure. It's been my pleasure to host this stream. We'll see you all tomorrow morning. Cheers. Bye. Bye. Thanks, everybody. Take care.